All right, all right, all right. How is everyone doing today? Got a little move to the downside for Bitcoin. Let me just make sure that all is well. Got the settings. Hello. Good morning. Waiting for you. Yo, Matt, Justin, Todd, you're here early. My man. All right. There is a lot to discuss today. Is the music good? Let me know before I kick things off. Bitcoin is currently hovering just below $80,000. Yo-ho! Back in Dubai? No, not yet. Legends, destroy the like button. That is true. Go ahead and smash that like button. The lighting's a bit different today, but that's okay. Destroy that like button before we kick off the stream, guys. Let's get this one up and running. Legends. Music is good. All right. So, what on earth is happening with Bitcoin? What on earth is happening with Bitcoin is the question on everyone's mind. Well, I'm sure you could see from my lovely drawings here what my game plan is, but let me just run you through it. So if you didn't know, I have been short for quite some time, although if you guys are not new to the channel, you definitely know this. I've been vocally bearish about Bitcoin, and I still think that the trend would suggest that we can bleed to lower levels over the course of this year. But right now, it's about playing the local time frame. And what is happening on the local time frame? Because a lot has occurred this morning. So you'll notice here that we have a very, very crucial zone sitting at around $79,300. Call it around that 79K zone. Maybe I can improve this a little bit with my drawings. Let's grab this wick here. 79.4K. That to me is going to be pivotal to see how Bitcoin performs. If we can hold above that level, there's a probability there that we can go and sweep the highs once more. Now, I explained my reasoning as to why I've been short from around here, simply because if Bitcoin isn't to move higher, I want to have exposure to the downside if it's going to happen. So right now, locally, you can see that the stock market is doing totally fine. And why did we get this move to the downside? Well, inflation came in way higher than expected. So you can see here that April PPI surged to 6%, well above expectations of 4.9%, the highest since January of 2023. Then we have core PPI inflation rising to 5.2%, above the expectations of 4.3%. So both CPI and PPI are now officially at 3-year highs. The odds of rate hikes are continuing to increase. This is in line with what we've discussed on the channel for quite some time. So the reason why it's so significant is because a lot of people were hoping for rate cuts. We got a new Fed chair. That's been confirmed yesterday, but it would be completely irresponsible for this guy to, want to cut rates. But remember, it's not just him that makes the decision. It's a voting process. And if we take a look at this chart from the CME group, as of January 2027, there are now way more odds that we get a rate hike than a rate cut. 43% odds of a rate hike, 2% of a rate cut. And obviously, throughout the next few months, the probabilities still favor no changes. So what does this mean? Does this mean that we can just dump? We can just pump? Let's take a look at the local price action and find out. For me, this is okay price action thus far. The moment we start losing, let me zoom out a little bit more. The moment that we potentially start losing this yellow line found at around 75.6K, or if I take the volume of the entire range at this point, call it like 75.6K. The moment that we start losing that level is the moment that I would be willing to say, okay, I think that the probabilities favor continuation to the downside, and that could be the target to going below 60K. However, so long as we hold above here, I mean, we just got to play the local price action, right? I shared within my community that I've been also shorting a token, Zcash. You guys know this one. I'm up around 13K on this trade. We had a nice pump. I've been in this trade for a little bit of time here. And guys, all of the trades that you see, the big trades that I take in this market are shared within my community. You know where to find me. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. You'll be able to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is free. There's tons of bonuses across these exchanges. Any which one you want, there are great bonuses. Bluffin, for example, which is my go-to exchange, you can earn up to $50,000 in withdrawable bonuses. 2bit, you can earn up to 60K, but they aren't necessarily withdrawable bonuses. This is used for trading purposes. Weeks, $30,000 welcome bonus. Guys, this is a brand new one. If you prefer Weeks over the other exchanges that I've been talking about, you can also go on this one. You can earn up to these levels based on your trading volume, plus VIP 2 and a 25% fee reduction with my link down below. That one is down here, the second last link down below. So, what's next for Bitcoin? What's next for Bitcoin? I'm hoping on this live stream we can get another live trade. I think that's the idea here. I like doing the live trades. So far, I'm not going to call them major successes, but I've only taken 2 live trades, and so far, both of them stopped out after taking some profits. And yes, if you stayed tuned, if you tuned into yesterday's live stream, I took that $40 and I bought myself a very nice lunch after the live stream. So right now, Bitcoin just hovering around, not that much clarity. Under 80K, we're weak, but really under this zone, 79.4K, I'm going to start looking for a pivot down to some of these lows within that bull market support band. And that's how we're going to play it. Are you planning another tuna sandwich? I mean, let's see, Rick Ty. Let's see. Let's see what the market gives us. Maybe I'll have to, depending on if I win or lose, maybe I'll have to start selling tuna sandwiches. Yeah, so if we take a look at the price action here, one thing I want to bring to everyone's attention is, yes, there is liquidity to the upside. You know that I'm a huge advocate for talking about the overall liquidity in the market. I still think on a weekly time frame basis that the trend is still down. We are still seeing bearish market structure, and there's a possibility here that this is simply what we've been seeing in other bear markets, where we end up retracing right around that 200-day moving average. So, because of this, if we go back to the liquidity, we must understand that, yes, there can be some people stacking into shorts. And right now you're seeing on the 7-day time frame that there's technically a little bit more cumulative short liquidation leverage in the market compared to cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market. That's totally okay, because in bearish trends, so long as people are willing to still go long and the market structure is still bearish, this can occur and Bitcoin can continue to drop lower. Same thing in a bull market. In a bull market, we'll take a look at this chart, and you'll see that there's going to be a lot more cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market on the way up. And there will be flushes along the way, but I still do expect the trend to remain bullish with those flushes in a bull market. To be clear, I still think that we're in a bear market and this is a bear market relief rally. But what I really wanted to bring to your attention here is if we go on the higher time frames, in a bear market, we have more cumulative long liquidation leverage. I talked about this in my video updates. Guys, if you consider what I just said, I think that it's going to be a messy market. I really, really do. And I'm positioned accordingly. That's all I'm going to say. I sold some of my Bitcoin above $80,000 on this bear market relief rally, shared it in my group as well. But let's see. Let's see. Look at that cluster. 1.66 billion worth of cumulative long liquidation leverage, right above $79,000. So on the stream today, guys, if Bitcoin can get a nice sweep here, we flush out those longs and we reclaim, I'm going to look to go long again. It will be a scalp position because I still think that Bitcoin's headed lower, but there's no denying that this could be a potential bouncing zone. And I also shared that within my community this morning before hopping on the live stream. So yeah, summer chop thesis. So let's see. Let's see, guys. Bitcoin is dropping. I'm in my shorts. I'm comfy. Look at this. Zcash is dropping. A lot of people are very, very bullish on this one. I'm now up just under 20K on this trade. Again, I trade with size when it comes to the trades that I share within my Telegram community. So if you want to know how I'm trading, you know where to find me. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. Free group. You just have to sign up with one of these links down below and you can start trading on there with your own capital. Also, while we're at it, please remember that nothing that I discuss on the live stream, any of the live trades I'm taking, or within my community should be construed as financial advice. I'm literally just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Happy we got that out of the way because I may have forgotten yesterday to give that disclaimer. So, what else is on the agenda today? Well, we know that outside of inflation coming in higher than expected, there are still some people that are very, very bullish here. They have dumped Bitcoin continuously for 3 days ahead of the Clarity Act event on Thursday and Trump-China meeting. The trap has been set. Let me know what you think. Maybe we can go ahead and grab some of that upside liquidity. Either way, I just look at the charts, and if we do get a good sweep of this level, I will simply look to trade it. So let's see how the price action develops. Outside of that, I really like this account, by the way. They're pretty solid, the Kabasi letter. Trump and a lot of the top tech CEOs are off to China today. And supposedly, they're expected to weigh tariff cuts on $30 billion of imports at the US-China summit this week. So a lot of them are going. That's that. I think that ultimately the stock market can continue climbing that wall of worry that we've been discussing. It can continue to go higher. But again, don't make the mistake of thinking that just because stocks need to move higher, crypto needs to move higher. Crypto is the riskiest of asset classes. And sometimes I don't like to include Bitcoin in crypto, even though it is crypto. But I gave this update in my community. It's highly likely that what we're seeing now is altcoins bleeding to Bitcoin, Bitcoin bleeding to the stock market over this year probably going to bleed to like gold. So you could see it's going from riskiest to less risky. And that's why I don't think that this is an environment conducive to strong altcoin uptrends. I know a lot of people are getting excited about alts, and there are some outperformers. There always are some outperformers. But guys, if you take a look at Bitcoin dominance, like, yeah, few hours, Bitcoin dominance has been dropping. Okay, zoom out and look at this trend. Like, we're still very much in an uptrend for Bitcoin dominance. And this is what I mean. Some people will argue that this is the beginning of the bull market and, Bitcoin leads the way. I actually think that we have more drawdown for Bitcoin. I think that alts will struggle against Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin drops significantly, alts will drop even more because we're still in a Bitcoin dominance uptrend. And the stock market, we have to pay attention to it simply because if stocks sneeze just a little bit, and here's the annoying part, guys, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but crypto will dump if stocks dump. Crypto doesn't necessarily have to pump if stocks continue to pump. We have seen that in midterm years, the stock market can make new all-time highs, and crypto doesn't necessarily have to. Yes, there is significantly more upside in something like crypto if you play these 4-year cycles. However, the drawdowns are also far more significant. So I hope that makes sense as to how I'm operating here. I'm up around 20K on my Zcash trade. Happy I took this trade. Let's see if we break down from this range. But yeah, in my opinion, I think that things are going to go lower, whether we have a move to the upside or not. I'm looking to play this local price action though. So let's see. Guys, if we close the 4-hour candle, right now we have about 45 minutes and I'll be live for it. If we close the 4-hour candle like this, this is I was going to just start cursing. This is an ugly 4-hour candle. So let's see. Let's see. Bro, Bitcoin is at 79.4K. Yeah. Grigor. Let's see, man. Let's see. Grigor, like if Bitcoin, this is the thing. And I always like to measure. Let me give you a quick tip. And guys, this isn't a call to just go max short on a token just because I'm shorting it. I personally, one sec, I need to pay attention. I didn't think that we were going to come this close this quickly. I want to sweep. I need to see a sweep of this. No way I'm entering along until yeah, we need to sweep that. No, I need more. I need more. I need more. I need more. It's like here. Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of locked in right now. Am I going to be greedy with the entry again? No, I'm going to go for this. Yesterday, it paid to be greedy with my entry, even though I had to wait a bit longer. That's the sweep that I'm effectively looking at, and it coincides with this over here, and it coincides with the liquidity. So what I was getting at is Grigor talking about Zcash. So guys, just because you see that I'm trading and I'm holding a positive trade, it doesn't mean that you can just jump in because my entry is higher than where we were. So a lot of people make the mistake of, oh, I see he's in a trade, I'm going to start shorting it, right? No, this was shared in my group with the premium members. It's a free group. If you want to join, you can join. But this isn't an opportunity to just jump in my opinion, of course. But I want to give you some logic behind this trade. So this is like a crazy move to the upside in a bear market. But I don't think that this thing is going to make new all-time highs this bear market. And I'm essentially playing the lower high game with Zcash. And something else that I do to look at, guys, let me know as soon as you guys are using the wrong volumetrics to measure an institutional cycle. Gerardo Soriano, I know that you've been talking about this a while. You've been commenting it on the YouTube channel, and you've always been extremely respectful. So I do appreciate your comments because it's nice to have different views in the market. I do think it's an institutional cycle. I think it's definitely an institutional cycle. However, I think that the institutions accumulated much, much sooner than they led people on. I think that there's a lot of institutions that accumulated 40K, sub 40K even before we had the ETFs. And so I don't think that there's many people buying at these levels. And you can see this. This is exemplified by the Coinbase Premium Index. The reason I use this one is because a lot of institutions will, and a lot of the ETFs will be using Coinbase as the main area to buy and sell Bitcoin. And look, nothing but red. This is selling pressure. And we have to see if Mr. Saylor can hold up this range. He bought tons at the market open, but this is selling pressure. Let's not kid ourselves. Grigor said set price alert. You said that in yesterday's live stream as well. I wanted to go over, yes. Let me just pop this open. I wanted to go over this. So what do you notice here, guys? What chart am I measuring here? Does this make sense to any of you? I hope it does, because I've spoken about this strategy before. Measuring crypto assets against Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the king of the industry. You want to see how it's performing against Bitcoin. And recently, Zcash has been outperforming Bitcoin like you would not believe. However, we're approaching local resistance on its Bitcoin pair. And this was also some of the logic why I entered that trade. So I look for these kinds of opportunities because there's a chance that Zcash against Bitcoin can just completely reject here. That on top of, if we have a market-wide correction, I think that Zcash would correct even more than Bitcoin. That's how you want to play the game, measuring your assets against Bitcoin. So let's see. So the question for this live stream is this just a small dip? Are we going to run it back to the highs and liquidate some of those shorts from above? Or is this actually going to get much worse than people are ready for? Let's see. Alejandro Garcia, earlier today, Moon Carl posted a video, Bitcoin bull run starts now. Not a clickbait title either. He seems to really mean it. Why? I don't know about you, but I don't... I don't follow other guys like that. I just do my own analysis. I think it's the best way to do it. And I won't hesitate to call a dump if I think we could see a dump. So my first attempt will be probably here. Brilo, 100%, man. Brilo, 100%. Usually any shitcoin versus Bitcoin, ETH, or Sol. Yeah. So that's another thing that we talk about in alt season. You want to make sure that your shitcoin at least outperforms Ethereum or Sol or any other cryptocurrencies. The idea with measuring tokens against one another is to see the relative outperformance. And that's a very, very good investment strategy, in my opinion, not financial advice. That's what I personally do. The thing that most people fail to understand is... Sorry, the music is very loud. The thing that most people fail to understand is that most of this bull market over a long enough time horizon, if you weren't bouncing in and out of altcoins that were outperforming Bitcoin, you effectively were more stressed and you didn't get the stress-free upside of just holding Bitcoin in that bull market, because Bitcoin effectively outperformed most of the market as seen on Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance just continues to increase, and Bitcoin gives you the upside, it minimizes your downside risk, but it also minimized your stress. A lot of people are stressing about altcoins just to get their altcoins to do a 2x. Meanwhile, Bitcoin did almost an 8x from the bear market bottom. And it was more sustainable, if that makes sense. So I'm probably speaking a bunch of gibberish if you guys are not, if some of you aren't serious investors and you're looking to like gamble on altcoins and stuff, but that's exactly what it is, gambling. Justin Todd Servant, my man, I want to talk about this. And this is, again, one of the reasons, if you were here since the beginning of the live stream, I think you were, I talked about why I was in my existing Bitcoin short without waiting for $84,000, $85,000. Because no one knows whether or not this is the dump, if we're going to dump. But a lot of the times, when we have such crazy confluence, we have the 200-day, we have 200-day moving average, the anchored VWAP from all-time high, the point of control from the tariff capitulation low range back in 2025. This is a massive zone. And every trader and their grandmother is eyeing that zone, myself included. Like if we would have made it up here, I would have added significantly to my shorts. But we didn't manage to tap into it, leaving a lot of people looking for shorts, scrambling. And then what might happen is people start jumping into shorts here. We find support at the bull market support band. We get another bounce to the upside. We liquidate the shorts. Then we go ahead and move lower. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just telling you what I think could be happening in this market. And from a probabilistic perspective, that's why I went short a little bit sooner. But also it made it easier that I still had a position from around $98,000 and I took profits on the way down from that short. John 3521, if Bitcoin dumps from here, unfortunately, I don't think ETH really has a chance. I don't think any crypto really has that much of a chance. So you would need to, maybe you're correct in saying that ETH could get a move up if Bitcoin is to find support. But overall, you need to look at Bitcoin to determine what most of the crypto market will be doing. There's some outperformers, right? There's always going to be some outperformers. But on the high enough time frame, everything bleeds to Bitcoin. Nihal Kaza, I can only wonder what happens to Saylor given he was buying massively and his average entry is 75K. Well, the thing with Saylor is he's actually held in previous bear markets as well. And so honestly, I don't think he has that much risk. I do think that ultimately his business model is a little bit of a Ponzi, but it works until it doesn't. And I just don't know how much risk he's really going to have because he held in significant drawdown before in bear markets. But hey, he better be buying here. Look, he's buying, but nothing's happening to the price. And it's simple. People are looking to offload here. We're essentially distributing. Let's see. Can we get a quick move up? It's possible. That's why I want to look to potentially play this. Interesting. I'm on my other screen here where I have my trade. I'm on 2bit, and I can see the funding rate is still technically positive. Very interesting. Yeah, ETH has been looking weak against Bitcoin. Absolutely, it has. Oops. Brelo. Yep, agreed. I want to put a poll out and ask if you guys are bullish or bearish, but I feel like I know the answer because a lot of you, like last time I did this, everyone that watched me knew that I was bearish, and everyone just said that they were bearish. And I don't like seeing that. Guys, we don't want the market makers to see that. You don't want it. You don't want that. So let's, I doubt they watch my content, but let's, instead of me putting a poll where there's actual text, we're 31 minutes and 30 seconds into the live stream. Now is a good time for me to ask and just put a number. If you're extremely optimistic about crypto here and you think that Bitcoin will hold support at the bull market support band, which I talked about, we can easily get a nice bounce from this bull market support band, and it will lead to new highs. Write 1 in the chat. If you are bearish and you think that ultimately Bitcoin will just be breaking down from here in line with the 4-year cycle thesis, 2. Okay. A lot of 2s, as expected. Does it scare you guys that everyone's writing 2? 1.5. Yeah, 100% Adam Kabasi. Bias is likely skewed because people here likely agree with you. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to. Okay, wait. Let's see if we sweep the level. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's Will Anderson. I need to make sure that we do it in a clever way. This is also a scary part. I don't think that I'll ever be in a situation where I can move markets with the community. But guys, like if the channel continues to grow, part of me wants the channel to just remain small. So maybe I don't know. Maybe we keep the channel a secret. No, please don't do that. I want the channel to grow. But you get what I'm saying? You get so much more attention, so much more hate if things don't play out as the channel grows. I'm actually tired. I'm getting tired of being super bearish, to be honest. But let's see. I think the time to be bullish is when we start establishing some proper lows. I got a notification on my phone. Fed's Collins says that she could envision the need for rate hikes. Inflation risks keep policy restrictive. Absolutely it does. NASDAQ extends gains to 0.5%. Yeah, Justin Cervantes, like that's yeah, that guy's funny. Anyone bullish on being bearish? Right? Not much work over summer. New movie, Unloader, you are a goat. Thank you very much. And on that note, if you guys do believe so, make sure to support the channel. Make sure to smash that like button. 100 likes so far, very good for the first 30 minutes, but then it usually like tailors off. We're going to see what we can do today. Let's see. Guys, Sailor is up 5%. Guys, if you want to potentially look to trade the markets with me live, or you want to see my bigger trades in the community, because these live trades are very, very small for me, you have all the links in the description down below. You can trade on these platforms. They're great platforms, tons of bonuses. I use them all. Yeah. Look at this, guys. Like, it doesn't matter. Stocks will do what stocks want to do. Look at that. Bullish if you ask me. Crazy. The problem is that 80% of people are bearish and everyone looks at bear market 2022 chart. Everybody are waiting for prices less than 60K. Yes and no. Yes and no. Because I noticed that on X, it's probably about 50-50 now. Some people are convinced that the top is in on this relief rally. Some people think that we can go higher. It ultimately depends on the reactions that we're seeing here. I actually think that there's a chance that we can sweep the highs again. But from a probabilistic perspective, I'm okay to just, sit in my trades. Let's see. Sorry, I meant ultimately, not Timothy. But you know what they say, and I think I'm quoting Ben Cowan here. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm quoting him. He said this a long time ago, and it's, eventually what happens is on every relief rally, like as the relief rallies continue in the bear market, more and more people believe in the bear market. So on the first rally that Bitcoin got, a big one from like down to $110,000, $100,000 on that liquidation event. And we got the bounce. Everyone thought, okay, we're just going to V-shape reverse to all-time highs when we had that all-time high. There was only maybe like 10% of the market that was bearish. Then we had a significant drop down to $80,000 and then we got a nice bounce and we played that bounce. We longed it in the community, made a lot of money on that bounce in the bear market, and we made it all the way up to $98,000. So when we went up to that level, not everyone, but at that point in time, people started getting hope again and saying, okay, we're definitely going back to all-time highs. That was just a shakeout, right? But there was maybe 20% of the market that was still bearish, maybe 30, calling that the bear market has begun. Now on this rally, we're getting closer to 50-50, where when Bitcoin was sitting at like $65,000, a lot of people were anticipating the move down to continue. Then as we climb up, we start getting more interest and people start thinking like, okay, wow, we made it to 80K, like maybe we're back. So then it's like 50-50. The structure has changed. On the higher time frames, the structure has not changed, by the way. And then let's say we have one other big move to the downside. Let's just assume that happens. A lot of the market will expect further and further and further to the downside. And then we're going to have a situation where 70 to 80% of the market is bearish, no matter what. Crypto's not coming back. This is bullshit. And that could be somewhere below 60K, maybe between, I'm just going to give a range, $40,000 to $60,000. And then we kick off the new bull market. So it gradually, the belief in the cycle coming back gradually diminishes on every bounce. And then eventually everyone's bearish at the lows. That's what I think could be playing out. And that's also one of those it's a thesis that I've been following, and I've really been observing it in terms of the overall sentiment in this market. Price cheerleaders. Some are price cheerleaders. Whatever happens, oh, by the way, pump always loading. Not bearish on AI, but definitely bearish on AI valuation. Nuts. Yeah, the valuation is just out of this world, and I am not bearish on AI either. Like, it's just, yeah, crazy stuff. I use AI every single day now, and I had to effectively, when it came out, force myself to use it just because I don't want to be behind when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm looking for a sweep of 79, 120 and a reclaim. Alejandro Garcia, the anchored VWAP from all-time high, for me at least, is at $85,000, just below. I'm using the Bybit Perps chart, so for me it hasn't reached that level yet. Yeah, Alex Hubaev, Ben's idea. Yeah, 100%. That's why I said I'm pretty sure he was the one that mentioned it. And like everyone's just hating each other at that point. Looks like long liquidation disappeared. Did we? Is that so? We do 7-day. I want to see that sweep. This is not enough of a sweep for me. Like we had a 15-minute candle close below the level. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, basically right at the value area high as well. Yeah, I'll look to play that. A little bit of confluence there, some liquidity. But we need to reclaim, guys. As I said in my last live stream, I'm not gonna get. You guys are not gonna force me into position. Yesterday it worked because someone was like, "Man, please just enter. Like, come on." If we don't get acceptance back above, I'm not gonna enter. Simple as that. Is there a chance the market will go up? I don't know what you're asking. There's always a chance the market will go up. There's always a chance. Is it the highest probability scenario from a higher time frame perspective? Probably not, in my opinion, but everyone has different opinions. There's a lot of guys that are very, very bullish. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean with some of the questions, like Komuna. So, guys, Komuna's question is, can we hit 86K and then dump? I think a lot of people, based on what I'm seeing here, I think a lot of people are wishing that Bitcoin goes higher so they can enter a short. And that's exactly why I mentioned that despite having all this confluence here from 82.5 up to like 86K, I went short beforehand because I know that in bear markets, oftentimes retail traders in particular will be looking at this as like, oh my God, this is a great shorting zone. Anyone that just recently got into trading and starts learning about the anchored VWAPs and the point of controls and even just simple moving averages, this is the great area to short, but we don't manage to get there. So I can't answer your question, but for me at least, if we are to get there, it's a good shorting opportunity. But if we don't, I also wouldn't be surprised. It's almost like 5D chess with the market makers, knowing that everyone's looking at those levels. Maybe we don't make it there. Pretty ugly 4-hour candle, to say the least. Do we just V-shape? I don't know. I don't like the fact that we're closing, below 79.4. Or it looks like it's so far. Maybe we end up reclaiming it. Yeah, stocks all-time high soon again. Crypto influencer starts making content for stocks. Top bottom signal. I'm not making content for stocks. I always talk about the stock market because naturally it can impact crypto. Yeah, but in Taiki, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Maeda was bullish, but to be fair, he was bullish quite early. Like he had a solid call, but I think that his expectations of how high we can go is a little bit too extreme. Doesn't this feel like the same yesterday's trap? I mean, this one? Sorry, this one here? Yesterday. We live streamed yesterday for 4 hours. Doesn't seem like a trap to me. No, not really. Guys, it's not about feelings. I feel like this. Yeah, there's a little bit of intuition involved. But no, I don't tell you guys how I feel. Long soon, maybe. What percentage risk do you use on these live stream SFPs? I honestly don't even know, Alejandro. It's probably 0.0001% of my trading portfolio. Like less than that even. Less than that. Like I really, on these live streams, I don't enter with any size. You guys saw, like, usually if I get a few percentage, like I'm up 10%, 3x leverage on Zcash, and it's $16,000 in profit. So a lot less than that on the live streams. But it's just for entertainment purposes, right? I know some of you guys like live trades, and the past two have been good, so we'll see. But I am not risking a lot of capital on stream. We didn't sweep the low now. Not yet. Uh, boom, 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 boom. Guys, RSI on the 1 hour time frame is irrelevant from my trading perspective. I don't use that. We didn't tap the level yet. Now we see. That was loud. Holy smokes. I did the 5 minutes. Why is it so loud? How do I turn that down? Anyone know how to... I didn't even mean to. Oh. 1 second. Sorry, guys. What's going on? Sorry, guys. I'm not sure what's happening. But I'm not in. It's like a glitch. Sorry, guys. It's like it's on the right panel somewhere down. We hitting 79 and a drop in Bitcoin dominance. I think alts could perform okay if Bitcoin goes up to 85K. But guys, I'm not in the trade, just to be clear. I am not in the trade. I am not in the trade. But somehow, like, what the heck is this? Oh, sound reminder. Off. No, I didn't enter. I'm just waiting now, guys. Like, when you drop like this into a level, you want to see an immediate reclaim. And we didn't see that. We did not get the immediate reclaim. So this could easily go lower. Zcash looking quite great, though. Let's see how this 4 hour closes. This would be a very nice close for my trade. If we can close below here. You guys can hear me, right? You clearly know what you're doing, in my opinion, not financial advice. Well, guys, I mean, I wouldn't be doing live trading or have a group where I share my trades if I didn't know what I was doing. But thank you. I appreciate your comment. I don't know if you've ever commented on the channel before. JLQOS or QO7CS. That sounds like an automated username from Google. So, my ZEC plan. So I think I will share that in the premium group. I'll go a little bit more up, a little bit more in detail about my targets for Zcash and why I think it could go lower. But guys, remember what I discussed here. Like my entry is significantly higher already. This isn't. I think a lot of people unfortunately get on a stream and they think like, okay, look, it's in profits, therefore I enter. That's very, very silly because we can easily just get a bounce from the range. So, yeah. 78.8 is the 50%. Perhaps we can bounce there. Yep, that's a possibility as well. But like, so we have 5 minutes until the 4-hour candle close. And to me, this is, for lack of a better term, and excuse my language, I don't know if I'll get demonetized. Hopefully not, but I don't run YouTube ads, so who cares? This is ugly as fuck. Honestly, like, I don't know what else to say. If we can't reclaim a pivot like this, it's not looking too good. Yeah, I've been in, guys, to be perfectly clear with everyone here, I shorted Zcash around here. I'm in the short. It's in profits, but I didn't enter on the stream. My bigger trades, my most important trades are shared within my community. If you want to know how I am personally trading the market, it is free. You literally just DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my group. The way that it works, as soon as you DM this keyword, I have a bot that's set up and it will give you the option to be able to choose which exchange you're currently trading on. These are the options that you have. Bluffin is my go-to. So you can see here I use Bluffin mostly. I like to use 2-bit weeks, all of them. So whatever exchange you want, you have these options. You trade with your own capital. Some people trade with $500. Some people trade with $1,000. Some people trade with $1 million. There's a couple of millionaires in my group as well that are trading. Whatever portfolio size you have, you know where to find me. And this is where I share my trades for free. So let's see. But this is like, guys, like it's not a good candle. This is not where I would be going. So I do think, I'm reading some of the comments, I do think that ultimately we can head lower. So I'll look for a new setup depending on how long we run this live stream for. But yeah. Wow. Guys, c'est dégueulasse. Yes, Dead P818. Since the reclaim didn't happen, is it invalidated? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. We're below $79,000. I will be looking for a new setup, depending on how long we're live. We've been live for an hour just now. So, Legends, an hour in, what are we looking at? 148. I think we can pump that. We can pump that up. So let's get that up to 200 likes if we can. Probably do close to a 3-hour live stream today. I'm in my shorts, baby. I'm liking this. Wow. Guys, and like I said at the beginning of the stream, if you haven't already, look, this is what I wanted to show you. Just a tiny bit of weakness. This is the 5-minute chart for stocks. A little bit of a move down. And I think that Bitcoin struggles way more. Way more. And the reason is simple. You should not mistake the relative weakness in the crypto market as a catch-up game. We're in a bear market. This is usually how it works. Crypto can severely underperform stocks. And this is, I mean, let's see, guys. If you're in my community, the other thing that we discussed is, okay, guys, I'm seeing a lot of, before we continue here, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat now saying, my short is printing. If you start to get excited, it's probably an idea to take some off the table. Not financial advice. I just know that when I started trading, when I would get euphoric about these things, I would end up round tripping. So, you know, be smart about your positions. Can we head lower? Yes. However, please understand that it sucks to round trip your positions. Be smart about it. Be smart about it. Guys, we absolutely breached the level that I was looking for a potential scalp long. We breached it. If we get a daily close like this, I am going to be so damn bearish. But let's see. This is starting to look pretty damn impulsive. So let's see. Where are we headed? We are headed, dare I say, below 60K. In the more midterm, I think so. So now we're tapping into the bull market support band. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here. And this is, you know, higher time frame stuff, guys. But something that we have to pay attention to, and again, I want to play both sides here. I want to play devil's advocate. Look what happened here. 3 red candles in a row, and then off to the races. What if that's what we're seeing today? 3 red candles in a row, still form a higher low, off to the races. Just putting it out there. We need to understand that there are multiple perspectives in this market. But this is very much higher time frame resistance. Do you have a referral code for Bluffin? Yeah, I do. Guys, if you want to trade with Bluffin with my referral code, right here, it's Mathieu. M-A-T-H-I-E-U. But I would just recommend if you make a new account, just click the links in the description down below. All of these are my referral links for the crypto exchanges that I personally use. See, this is what I mean. Oh, Zcash is holding up right at support. This is what I'm saying. Like, some people will just try to blindly copy it. It does not make sense, especially if you're not in the group, like on the live stream. It's not good. Yo, Metzger, did you check the TA I sent you? No, I did not. What kind of name is that? What country? I'm Canadian. Don Cal Song. I guess you could do what you want with MicroStrategy, but over the longer time frame, I have to be perfectly honest. I think that MicroStrategy will just simply underperform Bitcoin. I'm not bullish on a guy that runs a Ponzi scheme. I know that we've painted Michael Saylor as this huge savior of the crypto industry, but guys, like, I don't think that it will end well. Just my opinion, of course. He can survive multiple cycles. He has billions and billions of dollars, but I don't believe in, You know, I'd rather own the underlying asset, which is Bitcoin, to get the upside. And that's for the long term. I mean, guys, with this kind of price action, I have to stay live a little bit longer today, right? Yesterday, we did a 4-hour live stream. And today, we shall see. Yusuf Geo, as I mentioned in my group, if you're not a... if you're not trading with a certain amount of capital, which I shared in one of my messages, unfortunately, I no longer reply to a lot of members in my group. Not because I'm a dick, because when I started this, I was answering absolutely everyone in my Telegram DMs, but it's just not feasible at the moment. Between my market updates, between the TA providing updates in my premium group and going live or filming a YouTube video almost every single day, I just don't have time to answer everyone. So the way that it works is if you're trading with over 25K, over 100K, and over $1 million respectively, I answer you in my DMs almost as if you were my friend, simply because people are trading with different capital sizes and it makes more of an impact when I can help out. Otherwise, I'm going to keep on producing free content. Yeah, because it's the only way to scale, really. Here to support my dude, Metzger. Like button smashed. I appreciate you. Guys, if it wasn't already clear, I was looking for an SFP here, but this is not pretty price action. Let's see how the 4-hour let's see how the 4-hour candle closes. It closed. I would describe this as horrific. Let's see. Can we get another squeeze higher? I don't know. As I said, and as I've pointed out on the channel, this was looking like distribution. Plus, we have the fact that Saylor, look, guys, he's trying his best with his product. The next ex-dividend date is May 15th, which means we probably won't have much buying pressure, and the market is dropping a little bit. Now, some people are predicting that because of the whole Clarity Act event on Thursday, we're going to pump. And this is just a shakeout before the breakout. But I would defer to historical price action, and I don't necessarily think this is going to be true. John Hunter, make a new tier at 500K before $1 million. Maybe I should do that. But John Hunter, if you are trading with me and you have that capital, just DM me on Telegram and I'll add you into the respective folder. To be fair, maybe I just do 500K plus because I'm not going to ever disclose how much people are trading or who they are. But there's only like a handful of people with a few million. That's it. So it's not like it's not like there's 100 people. It's not at all. So let's see. Let's see, guys. Dump after Clarity Act. Imagine. Explore. What's up? What's up, guys? My TA was just concerning the fact that we could potentially bounce off a support breaker block on Zcash. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we're kind of holding on at this point. I don't necessarily trade in that way, but if Bitcoin is to move lower here, and also something else that I'd like to address is the fact that Zcash in general, when it pumps like crazy, it marks local tops for the broader crypto markets. So I think there's a ways to go to the downside, unfortunately. But just because I say that, I better not film a video and then one of you guys say, hey, I lost all my capital shorting Zcash. Guys, I'm in the trade already. there's plenty of opportunities to short alts as well. I think it's set up for long. I don't think so. Honestly, I'm not. When it comes to these kinds of trades, I need more confirmation than that. Just the top of the bull market support band is, yeah. Let's see. Legends, slap up that like button. Destroy the like button. We're not even at 200 likes and we've been at it for over an hour. Guys, destroy that like button. And remember, if you want to know where I am trading, you got all the links in the description down below. These are my affiliate links. All the disclaimers are down below as well. But if you're looking for a great place to trade, I would typically recommend Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, Velto. But Bluffin is my go-to. Really, really like what they have to offer. Like, guys, the stock market, maybe today we do a great live stream of the stock market making an all-time high. And Bitcoin is just doing its thing in a bear market. Funny. We're almost there. Meanwhile, Bitcoin does this. Guys, I'm not laughing because I dislike crypto. Believe me, I like crypto because I make money on the way down as I do on the way up. But I just think that we're in a bear market. I have destroyed your like button, as you said. I appreciate you. Thank you for absolutely destroying that like button. Sorry, bro, I can only like once. That's fair. But you can take my stream, copy the link. What you can do is you can click this button, share, and basically what will happen is you go to your your WhatsApp group chats and all your friends' group chats, and you start spamming my link across the group chat saying, watch this channel. I'm joking. You don't have to do that. But yeah, let's run it up. I clicked the button 4 times. That means that you disliked it several times as well. Guys, not much from my perspective here so far. Let's see, are we running into some levels? Like we broke through. Now we get a little bit of a move into the bull market support band. We might even discover that OpenAI is just a bunch of leprechauns responding to every prompt. That would be hilarious. President Trump and President Xi are reportedly considering tariff cuts. Yeah, I covered that at the beginning of the live stream. Irrelevant to the crypto market. Absolutely irrelevant. Love that bracelet. Thank you. This bracelet? You guys don't see me talk about jewelry or watches and stuff like that. Although maybe on one stream I can show you guys if you really care. But this jewelry it's pretty cheap. It's my grandpa's. My grandpa that passed away. I really, really wanted something to make me think of him, and this was his like go-to bracelet. So, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're kind of just in free fall, trying to hold here, trying to hold here. It's just kind of a no trade zone from my perspective, to be perfectly honest with you. Grayson Jello, good work, mate. We appreciate it. Thank you. If we hold below 79K, what's your thought on adding to existing short? I am happy with my size. They say size doesn't matter, but size matters. I like my current positioning in this market. I'm pretty stress-free. I have an existing short open. I think that Bitcoin will likely move lower over the course of this year. And I still hold some spot Bitcoin. So it's a great place to be. And some of you were asking me why I don't address questions like that directly, like, oh, here's what I think you should do. But you have to remember that I can't provide direct financial advice. All I can do is teach you through what I am personally doing. That's why I always say, like, oh, I'm doing this, I'm comfy this, I'm me. That's done on purpose. Otherwise, I would try to just, hold your hand through it. Although I feel like I'm doing an okay job at holding people's hands through how I'm trading the market within my community. But again, I cannot give direct financial advice. Please remember that nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. And you have a full disclaimer in the description down below if you care to read it. So right now, Bitcoin is just, dumping as the stock market. Let's do it. Boom. All-time highs for stocks. There you go. And I own some stocks as well. I'm not 100% in crypto. But I trade crypto. That's where I make most of my money. Epic. Crazy. Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable. And Bitcoin's doing this. Carolina Canuck. Distinguished gentlemen, we meet again. Yes, we do meet again. Good old Gramps. Yes, good old Gramps. Ever short SPY. I've done it before, but guys, overall, the stock market has been around much, much longer than crypto. And I just think that, how do I say this? While markets are a lot clearer for me in crypto, based on the 4-year cycle, the liquidity, all of these things, with stocks, instead of being big into shorts because I'm a swing trader, I rather look to long on huge dips because we know that over time the stock market just goes up. It's a no-brainer. Everyone knows this by now. Everyone knows the saying where if you just throw in money into the S&P 500 without batting an eye every single month, by X age you have X millions. So I'm not one to really short it. Can we have a huge devastating crash in the stock market? It's possible, but I'm not into calling tops on the stock market. And believe me, if we do have a crash in the stock market, Bitcoin is most certainly not going to like it because we're making all-time highs for stocks and Bitcoin is just doing its thing. I heard somewhere that crypto pumps on an elevator and goes down crypto pumps on an escalator and goes down in an elevator. I mean, I guess you're just referring to stairs up, elevator down, which is it's the case. Like, this is a pretty good move for crypto, but I still think it's a bear market relief rally. You know what's crazy? We had a pretty bullish weekly close. I remember monitoring this price action, and literally here, we were getting rejected, and then right before the weekly close, Bitcoin had a nice move to the upside, and we pumped up to around over $82,000, and we closed the week there. It was a strong close. So what if this just leaves a wick behind and we just take off to the races? I don't know, but I thought it was very, very interesting that that was the case. Maybe pumping into that potential clarity act, but from a structural perspective on the higher time frames, we're in a bearish trend. What is the Ahoy just jumped in? What's the sentiment? Liquidation squeeze or more downside potential short term? Short term, I was looking for a scalp long, and we've been getting strong acceptance below my level. So yeah, medium term, I think we go lower. Short term, we're tapping into the bull market support band, so there's a chance that we get a bounce here. And I'll go back to historical cycles to show you how it played out, because I think you guys will find it interesting. Hey, have you entered a long or still waiting, more sweeping lower? I have not entered a long. I was going to, but we're getting acceptance below the level, so it's a no trade for me. Nick Tooney, bottom is in for today. I'll hold you to that. So if we break below $79,700, Nick Tooney, you owe me a cookie. So we just have to drop like $150. Oh, lights just kicked out. Oh. Forex Chris 21. Guys, this is what I mean, and I have to be honest, this makes me pretty optimistic to the downside. You know, I need that 83 to 84K level. I need that 86K level to short. I need it. This is what I was saying, guys. Sometimes we have so much confluence within a zone. Everyone is eyeing the zone between 82 to 86K. It was a huge zone, and we talked about why. 200-day moving average, anchored VWAP from all-time high, point of control from the tariff capitulation low range, golden pocket from the 98K level to the 60K bottom happens to be, would you look at that, right between these two levels. So much confluence. Every different type of trader was eyeing that level. And now the question is, can we make it up to that level? Because if everyone's looking for a short at the level, usually what tends to happen is we just about graze the bottom of the level and leaving all the people that wanted to short behind. Or what happens is everyone thinks, okay, that was it. And then we find support and we greatly overshoot the level. Either way, from my trading perspective, I would be looking here for a short. I can't ignore it. It's my strategy. I cannot ignore it. Okay, so let me talk about the potential bull market support band play, because we have this band. It historically acts as resistance in a bear market, and when we break above it, we tend to go all the way up to the 200-day moving average. Let's talk about it. So I'll take a chart. Guys, stocks, like it's baffling to me. It's baffling. I'm still in my trade. What about it? I'm still in it. There's not much else to say. Where was I going with this? Oh, yes. Okay. Bit of a cleaned up chart here. So let's take a look at some price action. Let's go throughout the bear markets. So you guys know the comparison to 2022. We'll compare it to all of the previous bear markets. We had a drop. We had a rally. We reclaimed the bull market support band, and we effectively just missed the 200-day moving average. Just. Right? And this is like typical bear market behavior. Anyways, I'll go on the daily to show you, is there anything that we can look at here in terms of potential price action to trade? I think there was here in 2022 as well. It's where we got local bounces from, look. Local bounce from the bull market support band, and we effectively formed a lower high before dropping further. And then this was like, all right, it's done. That retest, that was enough to say we're going much lower. So we have that in 2022. Now, if we go to, let's go to 2018. 2018. Another one here. Except, did we get a good retest? Did we get a retest is the question. So, came up, check it out. I prefer to, let's go here. Okay, this is interesting, and I have to share this with all of you. Sometimes, yeah, absolutely, guys, you're right. Sometimes the best trade is to not take any trade. You don't need to. That's something that I noticed in my group. A lot of people are just always looking to be in a trade. Like, I need to be in a trade. I really need to be in a trade. I can't do anything without a trade. Guys, sit on your hands. You don't need to be in a trade. The market provides tons of opportunities. And when you learn to sit on your hands, you learn patience in trading. Now, let me get back to it. So here, very interesting. So the 200-day moving average and the bull market support band crossed. And Bitcoin reclaimed the bull market support band, and we had that initial rally to the 200-day moving average. Didn't quite tap into it again. Then we dropped, held on to the bull market support band, and had another move up. Now, this seems insignificant, but guys, the drop from the 200-day moving average to the bottom of the bull market support band, like 8% drop, and then from the low here, we had approximately another 11% pump, creating a higher high before rejecting lower. So there's a chance that what happens is we tap into that level. The only thing that I would bring to your attention here, guys, if this plays out, and you're going to want to slap up the like button for this, because this would be, I'll have to reference this stream. I'm looking at my time, 1 hour and 30 minutes on the stream. Okay. if this plays out, it would be like they're toying with us. The market is just toying with us, and we live in a simulation. Take a look at this. So vertical line. What do you notice here? May 6th, the beginning of the deep drawdown towards bear market lows, or not the beginning, but the next inflection point. Sunday, May 6th, 2018. Now, May 6th is interesting because look, we had a drop. Is that the start? Is May 6th the start? Because look, guys, the high was on May 6th. Imagine if that was it. Just imagine. Bitcoin about to reclaim your levels. I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but I do like to analyze candle closes. And from my perspective, there's nothing I want to do here. A strong candle like this rarely gets immediately reversed. A strong candle like this can get a nice move up here, and maybe we create a wick and move lower. But very, 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 very rarely does a strong candle like this just lead to a breakup. Can it happen? Yes. But in my experience, it's rare. Look, even here on this strong 4-hour candle, we dropped, we climbed, we climbed, we climbed, we climbed. We did not manage to surpass the high of that candle, and then we came lower. So anyways, what you show is crazy. Click 10 more times the like button. I mean, man, guys, there's 337 of you watching. If May 6th marked the top from 2018 to today, you guys will remember this moment. You guys will remember this moment. But let's see. We're far too early to call that. But it would be like we would live in a simulation. And for that analysis, guys, please make sure to destroy that like button. We're going to keep it going on the stream. 242 likes. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. So now I'd like to go to 2014, if you will bear with me here. Mm-hmm. 2014 was interesting in the fact that we actually made it just above the 200-day moving average in the bear market. We made it just above, couldn't reclaim it, tapped into the bull market support band again, which is what we discussed, and then we got a bounce, ultimately being a lower high before rolling over. So this is part of my analysis in terms of like how the price action could develop and why I was looking at this zone, because the 200-day moving average is here. We didn't quite tap into it, and in bear market, as the bear market continues to play out, we don't necessarily have to tap into it, as I showed you in some of the previous charts. But in 2014, we did tap into it, and we managed to get just above. And so you can see that would enter the confluence zone, which I'll remind you, if we do get up there, I would look to add to my existing short. Maybe I'm completely wrong, guys. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I'm just playing history, and observing patterns and being able to recognize patterns is a huge part of trading. And thankfully, crypto seems to play out quite similarly cycle to cycle. Did we have a crazy altcoin season? No, but if you've been subscribed to the channel for a while, I talked about the fact that because of the monetary policy, quantitative tightening, it was never likely going to be a crazy altcoin season. Now, I got a lot of hate for that, but thankfully a lot of people turned around and said, you know what, man, like, realized it's true. We didn't really get it because Bitcoin dominance just continued to increase throughout this bull market and throughout the bear market. Maybe with a shift in monetary policy, we can get a more sustainable alt season in the next cycle. But right now, if you're trading alts and you're betting on upside for alts, I think that it makes sense to just be very cautious. And if you get favorable price action, protect your position because you don't want to lose money. If Bitcoin nukes, I think that alts will continue to struggle. Unfortunately, was not able to get into the Zcash trade. Well, the good thing with the Zcash trade, Luke Draco, I know you're in the community. Man, the price moved against me like several percent. Like it went up like $30 above my entry. But my invalidation is pretty high up there because it's a swing trade. So someone said, look at May 6, 2022. Oh, no way. Did I not notice that? May 6, 2022. I mean, usually downside comes after May 6th in a bear market. Let's see. It's pretty insane. Pretty insane. What do you think the UAE is going to do with the crypto they collect from taxes? They collect, I'm assuming you're saying, because now they accept crypto payments. Are they going to hold it or sell it? Look, the UAE, in my experience living in Dubai, is very forward thinking. I don't know. I didn't look into the payment options. I would imagine that if you're paying, if they allow you to pay in shit coins, they'll probably just sell it like immediately upon receipt. But they are long-term believers in crypto as well. They're very forward thinking, and so I would say that it really depends. It's highly unlikely that they even accept shitcoins. They wouldn't play that kind of game. It really depends. It really depends. Where's your stop loss on your short position? And please tell me. So I use a soft stop loss, as they call it, an invalidation, which I don't always recommend for people that are new to trading simply because I use cross margin. So Cave U5K, yes, I do. Yeah, UAE accepts most coins. Yeah, they're awesome. It doesn't surprise me. But shit coins, nah, come on. I'm happy you guys are on the stream looking at the May 6th comparison. Guys, it would be absolutely insane. You know, most of the cycles that I showed you around this time frame, what happened was like either a high and a lower high and we drop lower, or or a high and a higher high and then we drop lower. But in all cases, it led to more downside. Let's see here. I wanted to, that's the other thing, because I'm going to try to play the local price action too. I don't just want this to be like only higher time frame. But what I wanted to show you from 2014's perspective is similar in the sense of, look at how we bounced from the bull market support band. So that's currently what I'm personally going to be looking to play today. I still think that on the higher time frame, we can move lower. However, if we get a move deep into the bull market support band, I'm going to look to enter a long on Bitcoin to play the potential bounce. Now, if it's just an aggressive move down and we don't manage to hold, the main level where I would say that's a wrap is around 76K, 75. What is this? 75.8. The reason why that's significant is because, well, there's confluence here with the local high that Bitcoin initially rejected from, which sent it down to around 65K. But it also coincides with the value area high of this range. So there's a good amount of volume. A daily close below here, guys, and in my opinion, that will be all she wrote. May 6th is my birthday. I cannot think of a better birthday gift than the local top being printed there. Well, happy belated birthday. Ton serve bounce on top of the bull market support band, holding well. Yeah, so far it looks okay. So let's see. This is so the SFP level that I highlighted right here, $79,100, depending on which exchange you're looking at. Like, ideally, you get closes above here if you're bullish on Bitcoin here. But as I've said, with a 4-hour candle like this, in my opinion at least, like it would have to be a crazy change in the market for us to have another move breaking past these highs without retesting the lows again. But actually, I don't remember who it was. What, Nick something? You said that the local low, that the low is in for the day, and you could be right. Check it out, 78,700. The low is in. Guys, if you're looking for the best exchange in the industry to trade on, you have Bluffin. It's the first link in the description down below. It is my go-to crypto exchange. I use it. It's where I show all my trades. I also use Weeks and Tubit. Whatever exchange works for you based on, you know, your region or whatever, you have the options down below. And if you're into self-custody, I also have the option for Velto. If you sign up as well, you get access to my group where I share all of my own personal trades for free. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join my private group, and I'd be more than happy to add you into that group as well, where I share my bigger trades in this market. Now I think we go in and hunt some short liquidity, because a lot of people like shorting right when you get the breakdown from the range. Let's see. I think a lot of people probably went short. Yeah, look at that, guys. Maybe we go back up a little bit here, grab some of that short liquidity. 7-day time frame, more shorts. 30-day time frame. Oh, guys, wow. We have a lot of liquidity now. Let's see. Let's see. Coinbase Premium Index, like, guys, the selling just seems to continue. The never-ending selling. This is Bitcoin's price action in midterm years. You can see that we're currently it's measured by 1 standard deviation, and we're above where we're normally at. Like, normally in midterm years, guys, on average, Bitcoin is quite a lot lower than where we're currently at. So we're already elevated for a midterm year. Just some interesting data. I don't think that the drawdown from all-time highs still was sufficient. This is another one, the Bitcoin terminal price, where if you take a look at this, there's the realized and balanced price. And right now, the realized price for Bitcoin is $54,200. The balance price is $39,000. So usually what happens in bear markets is we tap into these lower levels. However, usually in bull markets, we tap into the terminal price, which is this red line. And what you'll notice here, just to play both sides, the terminal price for Bitcoin in the last bull market before we topped out, oh, let me zoom in a little bit, was 200K. So these things aren't always 100% accurate. It's something for us to consider. Maybe because we didn't touch the top line, we don't have to touch the bottom line. That is potentially something that we should consider. Fear and greed index, still, I mean, it says fear, but we're getting close to the middle of the range, and we had a little bit of greed, but you can see that if we stack the prices here, pretty interesting to see that local tops came in when the greed just spiked a little bit. So we went into neutral at one point. Open interest skyrocketing as well. What would your estimate be? What would you estimate the percentage to be that the May 6th top will be taken out versus not? Guys, you can't ask me questions like that. I'm not a fortune teller, right? I don't want to, like, if I say 60%, I mean, and we end up getting taken out, because I know right now in your mind you're probably saying, okay, based on what he says, I'm going to go giga short. This is not the time to just plow into new shorts. You want to see how the local price action develops. We can always get a bounce from the bull market support band. So to answer your question, I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm never going to act like I'm a fortune teller. I just trade the probabilities. And it's just ironic. That's why we pointed that out. It's just ironic that May 6th seems to be a pretty pivotal period in the markets. Every single bear market. So we're getting a little bit of a back test. This could be a bearish back test. Let's see what the 1 hour. Yeah. Get your crystal ball out, bro. All right. Let me look for it. I should actually buy a crystal ball. You know what, guys? I might actually do it just for jokes. And I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it until the price action develops in the way that we discussed today. If the whole May 6th thing plays out, I hope that all of you, the 337 viewers, I hope that you guys tune in to some of my next live streams in the future. I'll pull it out and you guys will understand what it is and why I have it. But I think that everyone else will be confused. So let's keep it as an inside thing. Yeah, so now bulls want to reclaim 79. This is interesting because this is the level that I was looking for, that SFP long. So if we reclaim it here, maybe we get a little bit more upside. Sailor has been buying on this move down. That's something to consider. I don't think that Bitcoin. I have set a greedy Bitcoin buy order at 25K and one more at 16K. I might catch a random wick on a 1 in a billion chance. Maybe in a yeah, you're right, 1 in a billion chance. I don't think that Bitcoin goes that low. No chance, in my opinion. I would say that with 99% certainty. Two. Our friend Sailor continues to buy. Yeah, so we did go into the bull market support band slightly, as one of you guys rightfully pointed out. But I would much rather a deeper move into it, to be honest, for me to consider going long. Bro, are you sleepy? I could use a coffee, but by the time I get a coffee and come back, I think most of you guys would leave, because it'd probably take me 15 minutes. But it's okay. We've been streaming for almost 2 hours. I'll probably do like close to 3 hours today. Yesterday was a long one, 4 hours. And like I said, I'm slowly building my tolerance up. You guys will see me do like a 5-hour live stream at some point. So some of you guys were asking about my targets. Wow. Fudge. These drawings are hideous. I'll run you through my targets. I will run you through my targets. You're great with that long streaming. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. There's no DoorDash here? Yeah, of course there is. There's DoorDash, there's Uber Eats, there's all of that stuff. But really, guys, I'm going to order a coffee? That's crazy. Crazy work. Doesn't really matter how much money I make. I like to walk and grab my coffee. Maybe I'll order a lunch. So guys, this is my long-term plan. This is my long-term plan for Bitcoin. I know it sounds crazy, but bear in mind, and I have to repeat this every single live stream, I bought Bitcoin between 15,000 and 30,000. So I'm in no rush to like buy a ton more unless we get deep value zones. Now we know that the bull market tops are getting less and less explosive from bottom to top, but we know that the bear market bottoms are also less and less significant. So my solid like long-term accumulation zone would be sub 60K, where I would consider adding more. And if we get a very disgusting move below 50K, then I go really aggressive with a lot of my cash position. And just to show you guys, I know some of you don't think it's possible and that this is just a minor correction, but like we've dropped effectively just over 50%. And my expectation is that we'll probably drop somewhere between probably 60 to 65%, call it 55 to 65% from all-time high to the low of the bear market. Now that sounds ridiculous, right? Right? In the last bear market, Bitcoin dropped from the high to the low 77%. And in the previous one, it was even more significant. From the high to the low, I'm going to go on the weekly time frame on this chart. Boom. 84%. And then in the previous cycle, I mean, this is way back, but guys, like basically 90%. So you can see that the drops are less significant. I just don't think that, seeing as we saw last cycle a 77% drop, that 50% was the bottom. I think it's going to be somewhere between 55 and 65% as the asset class matures. Looks like a potential sweep of the highs. Like this could make the case for a bearish backtest. Let's see. Let's see. Only time will tell. Bro, long live YouTube can be hard. Great work. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of people think that YouTube is easy. Oh, all you do is get on camera. But I have to tell you guys, after that 4-hour live stream yesterday, I went back home and I went to go see, what did I do? I went to go see my girlfriend, and she was trying to talk to me. And I was just like, oh, like I couldn't focus. I couldn't focus. I couldn't speak. I needed time alone. I need a few hours alone after this. It's hard to stay on camera and constantly talk and talk and talk and talk. So yeah, it's not easy. Plus trading at the same time. A lot goes into it. It's a different kind of activity. What is your opinion on what the fair price of Bitcoin is, and why should it cost anything at all if we remove the speculative interest? I firmly believe in it being the only true source of money. And you're totally right in saying mentioning the speculative interest, because honestly, that's what it is. Everyone's speculating, but Bitcoin will continue to exist so long as people are willing to speculate on it. And I think that it has a place in our future, which is why I'm so bullish on it in the long term. I couldn't give you, the fair price, your question about the fair price of Bitcoin, Gregor. Bitcoin's fair price is whatever price you're willing to buy it at. End of story. Some people buy Bitcoin today and they think that, for example, it doesn't matter where I buy it, whether it's here, whether it's 30% lower, who cares? Because I believe in this long term. And I agree with that, but because I've been in the markets for so long and I've seen these things play out, I'm okay with taking the risk of, hey, it could probably go lower and I'd be buying at lower levels. But for some people, if they believe that in our lifetime we're going to see $1 million per Bitcoin, not financial advice, of course, but just mentioning, if people believe that, then yeah, arguably this is a decent level for long term. It really depends on your time horizon. I just try to make the most of the pumps and dumps and these cycles, because eventually I think we're going to hit a point where there isn't going to be tons of volatility like we've seen previously. It's going to become it's already started to become a much more mature asset class. So yeah. Yalu Cam user 8914. If you don't have exposure to Bitcoin, what will you do? Wait or already buy some? Well, I explained my targets, so it's totally up to you what you want to do. Remember, I can't give you guys financial advice, but I shared this chart before, my accumulation chart. I don't want to zoom out again. You go back 20 or go back 5 to 10 minutes in the stream. I showed you the levels. How many hours a day are you actively trading? At this point, I'm always abreast of what's going on in the market. But actively trading, so like looking for opportunities and stuff, as a swing trader, you can actually do that way in advance and look at the levels that you're targeting for a potential trade. It might take several hours, but then after that, you essentially just wait for the price to hit those levels. So it's not I don't have to enter a trade every day. And most of you that are in my group, where I share all of my own trades for free, know that. I don't jump into a gazillion trades. Sometimes I'll share some scalps, some SFP trades, some little trades on the stream to try and help you guys look for opportunities. But as far as my big trades go, I'm not always trading. It's very rare that I actually enter more than 3 trades a week, let's say. It's rare. I promise I wasn't always like this in terms of expecting downside. I just think that the bear market hasn't concluded. And I promise I will be very, very bullish when I think it's time to be bullish and when I start stacking some long-term Bitcoin. You guys will be first to know. My community will be number 1 to know, as always. Trades, spot portfolio, any new changes shared within my private group. If you want access to that, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, and you'll be able to join my group. It's free. You're trading with your own money. Remember that. Crypto Bull 6633. If you go back 10 minutes in the stream, you'll be able to see the levels that I highlighted. These are the levels. I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know if for sure we're going to hit these levels, but I gave you the rundown of historical bear market price action, what happens with Bitcoin, and I don't think it's unreasonable to expect us to make new lows over the course of this year. It always baffles me that people start jumping into shorts like after the price has already moved to the downside. That's not how you want to trade this. I just got a notification saying that 1,000 Bitcoins was moved from an unknown wallet to an unknown wallet. I have like these notifications. Keep in mind, CZ from Binance also said that he doesn't think that the cycle, that the 4-year cycle will repeat. We might change the history of crypto. But he's often said these kinds of things around local tops. Just keep that in mind. We're off to approximately 100K. You think 100K will be hit? That would be a huge push to the upside, Milkman. It's possible, but the only thing that I would say is we have to reclaim this big confluence zone. If Bitcoin is to go all the way up to there, we must hold above here as support. That is like pivotal. And as I mentioned earlier in the live stream, there's a chance that we don't make it up there. Oh, damn, I was right. Let's fucking go. Let's see, man. Let's see. Maybe I owe you a cookie if you're right about the local low being in. All right, guys, we made it to the 2-hour mark. How are we doing? In terms of likes, 297 likes. Amazing. Amazing. We are ahead of schedule. But we need to get to 400. That is the minimum requirement for the live streams. I shouldn't be stretching and yawning in the live streams. Boom, ba-doom, ba-boom, ba-boom, boom, boom, ba-doom, ba-boom, ba-boom, boom. Currently, it is 1 p.m. Guys, I think you convinced me. Do we stretch this another 2 hours? Should I do it? Maybe I just buy, maybe I buy some food. Maybe I might order something to eat. I'll get the delivery driver to bring it here while I'm on stream. Let me know, guys, if you want me to continue the stream. At minimum, I would continue it for another 30 minutes. But let me know if you want it to be like a longer stream like yesterday, 4 hours. Maybe we see some more opportunities in the market. Just have a chat with everyone. It's nice to connect with everyone. Would you prefer that? Or are you okay with me already leaving? Let me know, because I'm about to place my order. Longer. Do it. Do it. Yes. Yes. 2 more hours. I mean, if we do 2 more hours, we have to beat yesterday's live stream, which that was 4 hours. So maybe we have to do 5 hours. 4 more years. All right. Slap up the like button if you guys want me to stay longer. Slap up that like button. It's 1:06 p.m. here. We have to hit 350 likes by 1:10 p.m. By 1:10. So you guys have 3 minutes to get this to 350, and we will do this a bit of a longer stream today, similar to yesterday's stream. We absolutely need to hit 350. Otherwise, we wrap it up. Place that order. Remco, you're funny. Throw a steak on the grill. Guys, I don't have a grill near me. I'm in a studio. Two more minutes. I dare you to stay until Bitcoin hits 60K. So I guess you guys want me to live stream while I'm sleeping, eating, at the washroom, going to the gym, playing tennis, playing football, hanging out with friends. Ooh, sushi could be good. Let's see. What if I just order a steak? I feel like a steak could be nice. Get that protein in. But I'm seeing the viewers drop. Maybe it's just because I'm talking about potentially staying. We're at one. Let's take a look at this price action. Some of you were asking, is ZEC going to bounce? There's a chance, guys. This is a potential bouncing zone. If we lose it, it's free fall. Sailors buying. Tacos could be good too. Okay. We're refreshing. It's 109. 341, guys. 341. If we cannot hit 350, it's a wrap. We got what? Oof. I'm giving you guys the whole minute to do it. We have to hit 350. Have to smash that. If we can't hit 350, guys, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Tell the delivery driver to bring a grill and a steak. That's a great idea. We're refreshing. Guys, you need 6 likes. I'm not one to threaten, but we need 6 likes. We need 6 likes. And I will redo the count in 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I'll give you guys 20 seconds. Are you a car or a bike guy? I'm a car guy. No euphoric top, no big 75% dump for Bitcoin. I agree with that. I agree with that. I just don't think that 50% was enough. Now we look at the likes. All right, 360. You guys got me. All right, I'm here. I'm here. It's time to order some food. Let's take a look at the charts and let's keep up with this price action. Devault is in the comment section. Devault, give me your analysis, man. Are we just essentially retesting this previous support? Is it as simple as that? Not gaining acceptance back above $79,400, retracing a bit lower? Because to me, that's what it looks like. I think that I'm going to have an opportunity to potentially long at the bull market support band if I'm looking to enter a long. Higher time frame analysis remains the same, but Devault, let me know. We're staying. I need food and a coffee. Higher probability to still move down. Agreed. Looking forward to live trade. We tried. Well, I didn't enter the trade because we just got acceptance below the level. I wanted an SFP trade. A lot of people tuned in when the price was dumping, but now we're having less and less people tuning in to the live stream. So let's see. Guys, this trade that you're seeing here was shared within my community. All of my trades, my own personal trades, are shared within my community. If you want to know how I've been trading this market, you have the first link in my description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do with your own capital. So I typically like Bluffin as my go-to. 2bit is also a very, very solid option. What's the stock market looking like? NASDAQ looking bullish. Bullish. S&P 500. Bullish. Bitcoin. Bearish. Sailor keeps on buying. Sorry, Legends, I'm just ordering some food right now. You think 75K is on the cards today? Probably not today. I like to scalp with... No, I don't use that Mav's Hawk. But if it works for you, it works for you, man. Keep it up. Can you tell us how did you develop your style of trading and what do you look for exactly? Yo, Metzger, have you considered being bullish if Clarity Act passes short term? I think that actually this is largely front ran. So I think that what we're seeing here is a move up into that, which is what we've been getting. There's narratives for everything, right? As always, the price action comes first. We're experiencing resistance in a bear market. My base case is that things will ultimately head lower. Zane, I know it frustrates you, man, but what can I say? What can I say? Boom, boom. Zane, how are you being punished, man? Doesn't make sense. The price has been down, unless you entered like a long time ago, right? I wouldn't be shorting the stock market, obviously, because it's just like All-time high after all-time high after all-time high. It's ridiculous. So bullish. Look at this daily candle for stocks. My gosh. So bullish. Don't fart against a thunderstorm. Someone tell Trump we are tired of all the winning. All right, guys. Let me know what else you'd like me to see. Leave your comment down below. I'm just looking at this local price action. I don't have a trade to enter right now. Potentially a double bottom from today's low if we get it, if we get the opportunity to do so. The key level that I think the bulls must reclaim is above these wicks where Bitcoin experienced a rejection. So that's found literally $100 above. And by reclaim, I mean like strong hourly 4-hour candle closes back above this level. But remember what I said with the 4-hour candle. A lot of the times you can retrace most of the candle and then ultimately roll over afterwards, as seen previously. I did today 19% down. Just going to put my head down for the World Cup. Milkman, what do you mean 19% down from what? Were you like longing? And I hope that's not 19% of your trading portfolio. This bear market pumps have to turn all the bears into bulls before rugging everyone. Do you think it has happened? It doesn't have to turn everyone, but usually that's what happens. I would say that a lot of bears turned bullish, but I still think that there's some people like myself that the market has to convince, which is why most of my trades have been shorts. What do you think about MEXC? I'm only trading there. Should I move? Guys, I'm not a big fan of MEXC. I've heard a lot of issues with people and their funds. I've heard of people having hundreds of thousands of dollars there and not being able to withdraw their funds. I don't want to create FUD, but 4x Chris 21. my man, just join me on Bluffin if you can. Bluffin is my go-to. Second link in the description down below. And if you don't like Bluffin, 2-bit is a great option as well. Weeks is also a great option. I am not a fan of MEXC, personally. Paper chase media. It really, I mean, it depends. I have seen a lot of people that are trading with really good capital move away from there. If you're trading with less capital, then maybe it's totally fine. I'm gonna ape $500 into Bluffin to join the CBM group. Yeah, guys, that's another thing, Remco. I know a lot of people like BitUnix, and that's fine, but I've always advocated for Bluffin because, one, I have a great partnership with them where I can offer some of you guys, depending on your trading capital, some of the lowest fees in the industry. 2, I have great bonuses with them. 3, and most importantly, they are more reliable. BitUnix, as you said, Remco, was essentially like down during the liquidation event. A lot of exchanges had issues, Bybit included, but Bluffin was pretty solid. Did not have any issues with them, really. Thanks for showing up, Metzir. And Bluffin does have better pairs than BitUnix as well. So, guys, Bluffin is my go-to. I don't want to sound like an absolute shiller, but it's the exchange that you see me trading with my capital. So it's where I trust my money. It's where I trust to put my money. Right now, Bitcoin is trying to reclaim the initial low. Now let's talk about the 79.4K level. Can we reclaim that? No, I don't think... I like weeks, don't get me wrong. I think Bluffin is better, though. I could only use Bluffin during the October 10th rug. Most other exchanges didn't even load. Yeah, Bluffin was operational. Very, very solid. And guys, sometimes in the crypto industry, we have these crazy pumps and crazy dumps. And you want to make sure that you're using an exchange that doesn't go down on you. And Bluffin is one of those exchanges. I'm not paid to say this, by the way. Like I said, I have my money on there. My Zcash trade is currently up around 14K. You guys know what I'm going to do today after the live stream? I'm going to rip some ping pong because it's the weather's pretty crappy here. I need a way to unwind, and normally sports is that, and I can't play tennis. So I'm going to rip some ping pong. Japan's bond market is giving a warning. What's your view on this? I agree. Not that much you can do with the rug pull stop losses won't help much, but at least you can look at your misery. Yeah. Okay, Corwin. Corwin, that's a great question. Hello, Legend. If you were one of the market makers, how would you play the liquidation game for the upcoming days and weeks? Okay, now this would frustrate me, right? If I was the market maker, I would send Bitcoin so high. But guys, the market makers take advantage of how the liquidity is flowing and people's orders and stuff. But they can't just single-handedly send Bitcoin to all-time highs and then dump it. So let's talk within reason. If I was the market makers, I would either absolutely nuke it from here without tapping into this key confluence zone that I've highlighted, which again is one of the reasons why I am already short in case something like that happens. You got to try to be clever with it. Or I would just absolutely fly past the confluence zone, convince everyone that everything is back, and send Bitcoin all the way up to its previous high at around $98,000 and then nuke it to sub 60K. The second option sounds horrible, but guys, I'm just toying with the probabilities here. Like I would say that the probabilities favor lower for Bitcoin over the course of this year. That's all I'm going to say. But if I was a market maker and I could just do anything and I had a magic wand, that's what I would do. Oh yeah, I guess it's called table tennis. I shouldn't say ping pong. You're starting to sound like Trump. No, this time is not different. So far, this time is not different, guys. The bear market relief rally, we didn't even make, like, we almost rallied 40%. This has happened before. We've actually rallied more in previous bear markets. I could show you this as well. Sorry if I'm a little bit distracted. I'm ordering some food and coffee. But no, I disagree. This time has not been different thus far. Now, we reclaim some of these key confluence zones, then I'm going to start targeting higher. But for now, no. Sailor is buying, which is decent. So far, he's bought almost 2,000 Bitcoins today. For someone who is not in any trades, what should they do? Well, it depends. What does your analysis tell you to do? And I don't say that just to, like, jokingly, like, based on your own analysis, what do you think is developing in the market? What are the key levels you're looking at? From a spot portfolio perspective, I think I will have the opportunity to buy lower. That's it. That is it, guys. Not percentage in terms of time. Yeah, that's fine. We are Jon Snow's man. We know nothing. That's why we listen to you. Do you think the leg down has begun? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. A lot of people want simple answers to questions like this, but the market is a little bit more complex than that. It's not as simple as just yes or no. If I had to guess, if we start to get daily closes below $76,000, then yes. And I know that you might think that's far away, but guys, like, the drawdown could be far more significant from there. So that's kind of what I'm looking at from my own perspective, at least. Like, I don't think it's just going to go like this. I think if we are to continue lower, probably chop around here. Maybe tomorrow's candle is green, and then, you know. Just joined. What did I miss? Do you think Bitcoin will dump further? On the higher time frame, I do. On the lower time frame, we're trying to reclaim a key level, and that key level is these two pivot highs. So this is a classic, like, this is what I'm saying when I mean this could potentially be bullish, because if we reclaim these zones, so we had a deviation below, but these are two pivots where Bitcoin experienced significant rejection down to around 75K. If we manage to flip this as support, so you can see resistance, resistance, support, if we come back above and hold it, there's a chance we push higher here, guys. So let's see. William Sadler, welcome to the live stream. Milkman thinks $92,000 first. Gowishra Udupa. I already answered you. I think that, but again, when it comes to like recessions and stuff, guys, I'm not in the business of calling for recessions. So let's see. Let's see. Kamal Shah, will you add more into the short? No. My short's pretty big, right? It's only if we enter this confluence zone that I'm willing to add to my existing position. Is 81K possible today? Anything is possible. Let's try to reclaim 79.4 first. How old are you? I am 206. Let's bring this back. You do a lot of yoga then? Yep, a lot. How come the ambiguity when it comes to your age? Just curious. I don't know. I just don't feel the need to like share personal information like that. It's not necessary. Does it change my analysis? Does it change anything? No. Let's throw on some FIFA. Shall we throw on some FIFA? Guys, sorry, I feel like I'm not super entertaining right now. I'm looking at the $79,400 for a reclaim. If we can't reclaim this level, then GG's. But again, if we can, resistance, support, flip. Hello. Hello, everyone. Kepo Crypto, hello. Will you enter a scalp short if we can't reclaim? I might. I might. The only thing with the scalp short now is, you know, we have some liquidity to the upside, right? And it's something that we must consider. Like, I would like a push up and then down. But I usually don't pay that much attention to liquidity unless it's a major cluster for scalps. But now we have major liquidity up here. I just made a bunch on the short. So happy. Glad to hear, man. Awesome. Don't forget to pay yourself first. My Uber delivery driver just said that he's here with the food. Give me one moment, guys. For now, though, the Zcash short is printing. The Summer Chop thesis is back. One moment, guys. I've already been live for like 3 hours. It's crazy. All right, legends. What do you think I got for food? Oof. This looks good. I'm going to have to mute myself when I eat because I feel like it's just a horrible sound. Steak or sushi? No, Strategy bought almost 2,000 Bitcoins. Oh gosh, I'm so excited to eat. What'd you get? Avocado toast. Sushi? No. So I actually got some braised beef with some falafel, hummus, bit of garlic. I think it's going to be a good one. It's like a bowl. And I got some tabbouleh as well. Maple syrup. Some form of power bowl. Yeah, you're correct. It's a bowl. Got to be fueled for the stream and for ping pong later. So right now, we're trying our best to reclaim the level. Guys, I'm not going to talk about religion and stuff. Sorry. Sorry if it offends you, but that's just what I am eating right now. Please let me know if you can hear me chew. Okay, we got a 15-minute close above the level. This is interesting. This is getting interesting. I can barely hear your chewing sounds. I'm doing my best. I don't want you guys to hear me chew. It's kind of gross. Did Trump tweet something? I don't know. Let's see. Truth. Commentary Donald Trump, Truth Social. President Xi is very happy that the Strait moves and or rapidly reopening. Guys, the Strait is opening for the 1,000,000th time. Let's trade with the anchored VWAP. Bit too high. So this could be a decent short. You can see that we've been respecting the trend with the anchored VWAP. 15-minute time frame, mind you. From the recent high. Let's go here. I'd look to play that maybe. If we break above. Assuming it continues to act as resistance, it might be worth the attempt. And you want to view up from the bottom, you said? Oh, you mean from the bottom of 60K, right? Boom, 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 boom. Trying to reclaim. What are we eating? Some very, very nice food. Some braised beef and chicken and falafel with some veggies, tabbouleh salad. Oh. I'm going to be patient with this. Now my coffee has arrived. I don't know if that's the prettiest of it, but there's a lot of hummus, garlic, falafel, beef, veggies, and my tabbouleh salad is off to the side here. High protein. On the reclaim is basically whatever time frame you want. But if you're a swing trader, then yeah, I prefer to look for 4-hour reclaims. So right now, it's 2 p.m. here. The 4-hour candle closes in an additional 2 hours. So let's see. I'm just gonna go grab my coffee. I'll be right back. Coffee is secured. Everyone broke here except for one dude. Guys, come on. This is going to be an important close. A lot of people like watching YouTube or Netflix while they eat, but I'm a weirdo. I like watching the Bitcoin price action. Okay, someone said $74,000 anchored VWAP. I presume it's like just under 74K, 75K, sorry. Because I would typically do this, yeah, like 75. You want to take it from a pivot, right? So anchored VWAP here. Yeah. So you can see where we actually got rejected. These anchored VWAPs are pretty solid. After we had a dump, if you were a scalper, you could use the anchored VWAP because you can see we're getting rejected at this level perfectly. So now it's a question of if we tap into it again. Do you ever look at your swings in your spot bag weekly? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do I ever look at my swings in my spot bag weekly? What do you mean? Like I know how much spot Bitcoin I have. I'm well aware of my trades. I probably log into my Bluffin account every single day. Not sure what you're asking here. Start to get weak. Let's see. I'm eating and watching you eat while watching the Bitcoin price action. Does that make me weirder? No, it doesn't. It's like Inception. Looks okay, guys. Looks okay. Not much of a, like not much of a retest opportunity to go long. Like if you hold 50 Bitcoins or whatever, you could be swinging few hundred K in Bitcoin drops from 80K back to 60K. No, I don't watch that. I don't watch that. Spot bag is hardly touched, especially in a bear market after I've sold the amount of Bitcoin that I'm okay with. You know, I sold some above 100K, some above 120. And then I didn't sell enough. Not enough. I didn't sell the total amount that I wanted to. And so I effectively ended up selling some more back above $80,000, holding from the previous bear market. So it is what it is, right? Brilo, where were you looking to enter the scalp? Because this is not easy price action to just jump into. Following stocks. Okay. Makes sense. First line in the sand, if we accept above 79.4, is 79.8. This is going to be pivotal. Lower time frames, of course. Do you see Sol dropping to mid 80s? It really depends your time frame. I think Sol could probably go under $50 this bear market. It really depends on your time frame. This is going to be interesting, guys. So right now, if we tap into the anchored VWAP and we start struggling a little bit, I may enter a cheeky little short. If we come back down and test the lows, I may consider an SFP long again. And then we have the mid-range here, basically mid-range, but maybe we retest this level. 79.4 for confirmation. Basically, we knew that we were going to get downwards price action today simply because we got a daily close below $80,600. So there's a lot of levels here that line up. $80,600 is not a joke of a level. The reason being, and we talked about it in yesterday's long live stream, it's the previous low from that range that brought Bitcoin up to $98,000. So holding above there is positive. Breaking below, not positive at all. Now that's interesting. On the daily, we're kind of at the bottom of the anchored VWAP from the 76K low, 75K low. Is the daily close for Bitcoin at 8 p.m. Eastern? Yep, correct. Correct. Guys, do we make it back above $80,000? Type 1 in the chat if yes. Type 2 if no. A lot of ones, a couple of twos. Reject at 97,600. That's wild. I don't think we go that high. But if we reclaim the confluence zone above, there's a chance. Remember what we discussed when we got this 4-hour close? The food is great. Very happy with it. Feel more energized. Now maybe we get a trade of some kind. But again, guys, you can't force the trades. If they don't come, they don't come. Let's see. Milkman. Milkman is bullish. 100K. $100,000 Bitcoin. How soon, Milkman, do you think we hit 100K? These are always funny questions. These are always funny questions. Lullian BNK. The question is, how come you didn't short ton? Because I didn't. There's so many different opportunities in the crypto market. I don't have to short or long any token for that matter. I just didn't short it. That's all there is to it. There's a gazillion different crypto tokens. It was a good opportunity, but there's always unlimited opportunities. Which indicator are you using for VWAP? I'm not sure if I really understand the question. I'm just using the VWAP on TradingView. The standard VWAP works quite well. I think we're going for those shorts now. Pumpy action. Grigor, you say unlimited opportunities while we are waiting for 3 hours for a scalp. Again, I'm not a scalper at heart. I do this for the stream. I'm sure a lot of you have identified opportunities while you're watching the stream, but it all depends on your own strategy, right? And your risk management. As expected, price bounced on the 78,850% level. Nice one, Rick Ty. Did you end up... Hi, Matsir. Scalping day. Paz Maria Vallejos. Yes, it is. I mean, scalping day, but no success so far. Rick Ty, did you go long? Did you go long at the 50% level? Who went long at the 50% level? Nice one. Oof. Guys, and we wonder why Bitcoin pumped. Holy smokes. This bar, 325 Bitcoins. Go, Sailor, go. Go, Sailor, go. He's buying. That's the biggest spike. This just wiped out the spike from today. Look at that. Wow. What a move. And actually was right. Yeah, wow. Funny stuff. What tips can you give to small capital trader? Ronnie Fuentes. It's actually been a while since I saw you on the channel. I really do think you used to comment a few times on the channel. I think. I have a pretty good memory when it comes to that kind of stuff. The number one tip I can say is it doesn't matter how much capital you have, just proper risk management, man. A lot of people, if they join with a little bit less capital, they get excited at the thought of multiplying their small capital tenfold. But just proper risk management, man. Like, I know so many traders that advocate for 1% per trade or 1 to 3% per trade. For me personally, I'm okay with risking as much as 5% of my trading portfolio, but that is the extent of it. It's like I will never risk more than 5% of my total trading portfolio in a trade. So I hope that answers your question. Risk management, man. Risk management. S&P 500 all-time highs again and again and again. Sheesh. Check that out. Cave UK U5K. Absolutely. I've helped a lot of people do that if you need help. But if you know how to do it yourself, honestly, just do it. I personally am not a huge fan of Coinbase either. Thus far, I've had a bad experience with their fees. So I like Bluffin better. Any news fueling this pump? Not sure. Come to Bali. I haven't been to Bali. I've been to Thailand, though. Legends. Destroy that like button. 411 likes. Very, very solid. This is more likes than we got in yesterday's live stream, and we've been live streaming for 3 hours. So let's see if we can make it to 500 likes this stream. That'll be a new record for me on the live stream. I would really, really appreciate it. Let's see how the price action develops here for Bitcoin. And guys, remember, if you want to trade the crypto markets, you have all the links in the description down below. Some of the best bonuses in the industry with my referral links, if that interests you, of course. And if you want to see how I am personally trading the market, whether I go long or short, the bigger trades that I take with my own capital, well, you have that first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join my group for free. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these links and you start trading on there with your own capital. So let's see here. China and US meeting. Sailor buying. Need to short. Why do you need to short? You don't need to do anything. I think China, I think it's been concluded, that meeting. I think it said in the afternoon the meeting would have been concluded. You you are a bald man back when I saw your vids. Actually, that's valid. When I started the channel, I had a buzz cut. And I probably will go back to it at some point. But for now, we stick with the curls. But yes, man, buzz cuts are so nice because you just wake up and if you're chopped, you're chopped. There's nothing you could do about it. SUI ran around 27% on Sunday, still holding the breakout area. You think still bullish overall? SUI. Let's take a look at SUI. So like when it comes to alts especially, guys, yes, very nice move, right? Very nice move. But if we just take a look at our simple averages, or our simple moving averages, the bull market support band, the 200-day moving average, yeah, in this move, it outperformed Bitcoin because Bitcoin didn't make it to its 200-day moving average. But you'll notice that we're getting a little bit of rejection here. So I can't advocate for, hey, jump into a trade when I know that this is a high, a lower high, a lower high, potentially a lower high. So sorry, I can't. Oh, okay, Bitcoin. We're pumping? Oops. Let's see if we can flip the 15-minute anchored VWAP. Gemma Gov, he's back. Hey man, how are you? I just saw a message, Walter Bloomberg reporting live. Actually, I'll just pull it up here. Chinese firms plot secret arms sales to Iran, U.S. officials say. Costa 506. SUI has been front-running every move Bitcoin makes. SUI dumps, Bitcoin dumps minutes later. SUI pumps, Bitcoin pumps later. Pay attention. I actually noticed the same with Zcash, to be honest. So it's interesting. It's interesting you say that. Just got another notification. 800 Bitcoins transferred from unknown wallet to Falcon X wallet. If we look at yesterday, V-shaped recovery and kept on pushing till Asia EU session. That's also true. Matt, there is a $145 million sell wall. Guys, 145 mil does not move this market. I mean, it does. I shouldn't say that. But these sell walls, the thing that we need to understand, whether they're buy walls or sell walls, yes, the market pays attention to it. But those sell walls can just be removed as well. So sometimes what they'll do is they'll put the sell wall, which brings this supposed downwards pressure, but then as price climbs up a little bit, they just remove the sell wall, and then price can fly. So it's something to consider. And same thing to the downside too. There could be this massive buy zone, but the reality is that buy zone can be removed as soon as Bitcoin starts dumping. So I don't pay attention too much to that. But it is interesting. It's no surprise that we're kind of stalling out a little bit at the anchored VWAP. What do you mean, the rejection prediction? I don't understand your question. I just want to see how it reacts to the anchored VWAP. Girl has it all. Michael Saylor will be buying more soon, though it won't have much effect. Well, let's see. Like, what would have an effect is if we started to see the Coinbase Premium Index start flipping green again with some buying pressure. Perhaps we start moving up again. Right now it's still in red. But you can see that usually when it capitulates like this, it can mark local bottoms. But the more you zoom out, the more you realize it can actually get significantly worse beforehand. So let's see. Well, we can already see that Saylor has bought around over 2,350 Bitcoins today with his stretch product still above par. So there is some buying pressure from Saylor here. Hugh Vu, we're going to be here till midnight. Yay. No, I mean, you guys could stay till midnight. I'm not going to be here till midnight. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. Let's see. Let's see how price reacts here. And thank you guys. Thank you so much for the support. Smash that like button as we continue to watch the price action of Bitcoin and see if we can find any opportunities. 435 likes. Can we get it to 500 likes? We're approaching the 4-hour mark. We have 30 minutes left to get this to 500 likes. There's 265 of you watching. Smash that like button if you haven't already. So, Bitcoin is approaching a pretty pivotal zone. For me to execute a potential short, I would want to see us break above and hold it. Break above and then get acceptance back below. Long, the reverse. Are you a self-taught trader, or did you get any finance degree trading charts? I mean, I have a business degree, but I have to be honest, like going to uni was literally just for fun. It didn't, I have to say, I don't think it added too much to my overall competency. So I would say I'm self-taught. There's so many great resources on the internet. So let's see, guys. Let's see how the price action develops. The other thing that I would consider here, so I mentioned this. So we got some options. Like if we sweep up today's lows, which I don't know, like someone mentioned last time after we established the lows of the day, Bitcoin just kept on flying throughout the day. There's that. But there's also this. $79,400 is significant because if I zoom out of this 15-minute time frame nonsense, it's where we rejected from. So now we're gaining acceptance back above it. And if we go for a retest, it could be a decent long trigger. But for now, we're just patient. Honestly, I would rather these levels are hit to take a trade. Those are higher probability trades than the anchored VWAP one, in my opinion, given where price is currently at and the fact that the anchored VWAP is just taken from the 75K pivot. I really like anchored VWAP mostly on the higher time frames. My apologies. Damn. All right, we had some food. We're caffeinated. Now we wait. Smash and destroy the like button. Yes, sir. Can you show us how to draw the anchored VWAP? Yeah, so basically if you go here in Trading View, you have this forecasting section and you just click anchored VWAP. And normally you want to take it from a significant pivot in the market. So on the lower time frames here, just for the sake of trading today, I took it from the previous low at around $75,000. However, I like the anchored VWAP more on the higher time frames. And so it's a little bit less reliable on the lower time frames, I would say. But it does tell you how the trend currently is, because you hold on to it, you wick below, you hold on to it, and then ultimately, once it breaks below and it acts as resistance, you get a flush down. So this is good for lower time frame trading if it gets flipped. Now the question is, does it act as resistance again? A little bit of a double top scenario from the zone, and we drop lower, or do we break above it? Because $80,600 is also a significant level that we highlighted. These drawings make me laugh, but you get the points. 86K anytime soon. I don't know. Right now, the probabilities don't favor that. Hmm. 3 hours and 39 minutes. And how are we doing in terms of the likes? 445. Guys, we got this. We can get to 500 likes. I know we can. I know we can. You guys are legends. We're all legends. Destroy that like button if you haven't already. There's 255 of you watching. We got to smash that like button for the 4-hour live stream. GavX Xmas. Yes, you can use. I use this one over here. So I use the anchored VWAP, and I also use the fixed range volume profile. Guys, if you want access to all of my trades, you know where to find me. You have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, my overall market analysis. It is free. You're trading with your own capital on these exchanges, and then you get access to that group for free. So any of the links down below work. You know by now, Bluffin is my go-to exchange. Zcash is getting a little bit of relief from this zone, which was always going to be a tricky zone to break. So let's see how this price action develops as well. Right now, Bitcoin is just right below its anchored VWAP from the 75K pivot. So let's see. Let's see what comes out of this. A lot of scenarios, but let's see. The like button can only be hit once, I guess. That is also true. Invite your friends, family to the stream. Get them to just destroy that like button. It helps the channel grow. We're getting closer and closer to that 20K milestone. We're at 17.5. Whew. I didn't even mute it. Oh, you guys definitely heard that. Cannot register from Bluffin without KYC. Without KYC, you don't need KYC on some of these exchanges. Like if you're into no KYC, there's other options depending on where you're located. 2bit, Velto, Weeks, BTCC. You got tons of options down below. It doesn't need to be Bluffin. It's just my preferred option. Thank you guys. I am not in Dubai at the moment. I will be going back for a little bit, and then I'm gonna come back again. Thursdays are also on average the most bearish days for Bitcoin. That is also true. It's been a pretty significant pivot in the market on Thursdays, usually. But tomorrow we got that Clarity Act. So are we just going to skyrocket? How's life in Dubai? Life in Dubai is good. Anything you want, you can effectively get. But I have to say, like, I think in Dubai, I'm almost more locked in because it's so competitive out there and I really do enjoy it. I'm away from my friends and family. It makes it a little bit difficult sometimes to unwind. But strictly from a trading perspective, there's a lot of successful traders there. It's a great place to be. And I have no complaints. It's just great. And obviously the infrastructure, no taxes. I mean, you can't complain about that. If we hit the like button twice, does it remove a like? Yes, it does. It actually does. And then I will go to Spain to visit the absolute legend. 100%. Some of you guys know Andy from Mind Pillar Markets, previously Bitcoin Census. I'm going to go visit him in the summer. We're going to rip some tennis. We're also going to watch some tennis out there. Should be super fun. You still have friends? Us. Yes, that's true. I would consider you guys my friends. The only thing is, and as I get older, I realize this, I don't like to be chronically online. So, sometimes I'm in my swing trades and nothing has changed and I don't provide updates. And I think some community members would prefer even more updates, but a lot of the times nothing has changed. I have a very chill way of trading. Yes, I incur some losses, but most of the times my wins greatly exceed my losses. And again, the trades that I'm talking about are all in my group, and the ones I come on camera to show you, you can see my Zcash trade. But what I wanted to say is I try not to spend all my time chronically online. Like I try to do tons of other outdoor activities because being online your entire life just makes it difficult, tiresome. I say that as I'm doing a 4-hour live stream for you legends. So kind of a hypocrite. You should stream collab with Andy. I think we're probably going to do that. We might do a 3-way, Andy, Devolt, and myself. So the other thing that's important, guys, is not only is this the VWAP, which I said I prefer to use on the higher time frames, but this is yesterday's low, $79,800. We're right there. So this could be considered as well going into that anchored VWAP. Remember I said you always want to look for confluence? This could be a potential bearish retest, or if we reclaim it, it could send us significantly higher. So it's a good level to keep your eyes on. It's yesterday's low, right at that wick. And right now we're struggling right below it, which makes sense. A lot of people try to overcomplicate trading, but you don't need to. Sailor bought a crap ton of Bitcoin, man. 2,400. Maybe tomorrow that also continues into the Clarity Act. How are we looking for likes, legends? 456 likes. It's better than yesterday's live stream, but we haven't quite hit 500. Yesterday's live stream was just over 4 hours, so I think I'll probably do, just to beat the record again, I think I'll likely do another, right now we're at 350, I'll probably do 4 hours and 15 minutes. 4 hours and 15 minutes will be my target today. So another 30 minutes. And then it's a wrap. Can we finally get some interesting price action going into the end here? If we drop and reclaim 39.4, that's also another zone that I would look to long. But we have to reclaim it, guys. The reclaims are critical. Unfortunately, Tanish, the answer is no. Simply because if I make an exception for one person, I have to make it for everyone. So the minimum is 500 that you're trading with in the group. And look, a lot of people have told me that they were trading with less than 500. And then through watching the live streams, through watching the videos, the overall analysis, the free stuff that I'm putting out every single day, we're able to get their accounts above 500. And then I can just add you to the group afterwards. He buys with 11% interest rate. You literally can borrow in Abe for 4% and give him for 11. Yeah. Sui is starting to show weakness. Bitcoin is going to reject now. Is that the case, or was Bitcoin already showing a little bit of weakness and then you sent that comment and both of them were showing weakness at the same time? Do. 463. $37 likes. Legends, let's get 37 more likes. 500 would be absolutely ginormous. Go ahead and smash that like button. 500 likes would be crazy. Crazy. I know this live stream I didn't manage to get a trade, but as I said, I have the levels and we look at the levels, and if we can't reclaim the levels, then I can't take a trade. And that's just what it is. Otherwise, you're risking losing capital. Obviously, there's always a risk, and this is just from a scalping perspective, but I'll be here. I'll be here looking for trades. Which has the higher chance? That was the top, or we squeezed higher? So it's hard. Right now, I want to say probably about 50-50. not the answer you want to hear. But if we start losing, like for me, the probabilities shift 60 to 70% that the top is in if we start losing the value area high of the range, because this is a previous pivot that brought Bitcoin down to 65K. If we start dropping below this level and we get acceptance below, we retest it, rejection, I think that we're probably going to go sub 60 at that point. However, for now, I can't give you a straight answer, which is why I'm saying 50-50. I do think, like, based on the historical price action, based on what we looked at, if you're new to the stream right now, we looked at what happened on May 6th of every single crypto cycle. And let's just go over it quickly again. We end up effectively forming local tops at around May 6th, which is just absolutely crazy. Like, we live in a simulation. I told you guys, if you're on the stream now, I'm gonna have to buy a crystal ball and I'll show it one video. No one will know what I'm doing, but you guys will know. It's like, this is, oh, we went back to 2014. No, this one had a pump. That's not the one I was comparing to. I was doing 2022 and 2018. Yeah. 2022 and 2018. Why can't I go to May 6th? Oh my gosh. But you get the point. Local high, much lower after. Local high, much lower after. And in today's price action, May 6th, that was the top so far. And we live in a simulation if that's the case. Look at that. The wick went all the way up. That's the highest point thus far. So let's see. Oh, my light behind died. Don't forget moon cycle too. I don't know anything about that. Boom. Sky Fox 89, really appreciate the format you've got going for your channel. Thanks for the work you put in to keep us all dialed in. Much appreciated. Thank you for your support, and thank you for, spending time watching the live stream as well. Look, as I said with these live streams, this is a relatively new thing for me. I haven't been live streaming for that long, but my ideal scenario would be somewhere between a 3 and 5 hour live stream per day once I build up that tolerance. Now there's a couple of days where I just don't do them because it's too much for now. And having a video update, because sometimes after the live stream, a few hours later, I'll get videos, I'll get comments on the live stream saying, holy crap, 4 hour live stream? I'm not watching that. And I mean, it's fair because a lot of my recap videos encapsulate everything I need to say within 10 minutes. Right? But I don't have the trading opportunities in those. I'm not looking at the more local levels. It's very much higher time frame analysis. So I'm trying to give a balance of both. And yeah, hopefully this helps grow the channel. It's a lot of work in the bear market, in particular when no one's really paying attention to crypto, but I hope that it can pay dividends in the bull market when retail ultimately comes back and they see who's been around for a while publishing content, as I am doing on a consistent basis. Guys, if you appreciate the live streams, there's nothing more that I would love than if you could just get this video, get this live stream to 500 likes. We are, including myself here, 29 likes away. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. If we can manage to get this, it would be absolutely massive. Your camera quality looks really good. What do you use? So previously I had a cheap Sony camera, and it would, I'm sure you guys that tune into the previous live streams know this, it would literally just die. I had one live stream there, which is still on my channel, where I'm talking about the price action, and then the camera just dies on me. And you guys could hear me, but you can't see me. So that was an old Sony. This one, I just decided to just splurge a little bit. And I currently have a Sony FX30 with a good lens attached. So I want to keep the quality as high as possible for the channel. This one can go on forever. So I can do a 24-hour live stream. Yeah. Minelandia server. Your content is amazing, Matsir. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. So it looks like we're just hovering between two zones as we, get towards the last 15 minutes of this live stream. Let's see if we can squeeze a trade out here before we wrap up the live stream. It would be nice, but as I say, I'm never going to force anything if I don't see it as an opportunity. Yeah, maybe Thursday is bullish. Let's see. We've had red price action throughout this entire week, so. But look at the stock markets. Just all-time high after all-time high after all-time high. Now Bitcoin is showing strength against stocks. $476. 24 likes. 24 likes. Man, time flies. I remember back in like July last year or so when you were talking about buying at the bear market lows, and we're almost there already. Absolutely insane. I agree. We are almost there. I think it's going to be a tricky year, but for those of you that stay in the crypto market, I think there's going to be crazy opportunities ahead. For now, yes, I am bearish, but it will change. It will change. Milkman app says 76574 before up 76,000. Now that's interesting because I talked about this play within my community. I may, depending on the price action, look to long in this bull market support band. And what you're describing is like right into this bull market support band to target the highs again. So for now, I'm kind of waiting for that if we are to get it. It seems the likes are getting exhausted. 21 likes away. PSBLN. Hi, I'm German and I watch German crypto streams. To me, it is always nice if they bring in day trades or even scalps, although they are investors and swing traders mostly. Give some spice into things. Okay. I try to do that, right? But I feel like this, you know, if I don't see the price action I like, I don't really enter any trades. And I haven't really been seeing the price action I like. So I can't, yeah. I mean, some of you would already be in a scalp potentially. Maybe I do that with with just way less capital, because I know that there's some German streamers that are streaming for 5 hours a day, every single day. So I'll try to incorporate that. Joel, I wish I could speak German, man. Unfortunately, I can't. And I'm going to make a fool of myself if I try to. So am I the only one who's bullish here? I don't think so. I think it's a pretty balanced view here. Not here, sorry. Overall in the market. Maybe in my chats. Because I have been bearish for the higher time frames. Mr. Sailor, are we going to get another huge buy before the end of the day? 2,500 Bitcoins. BLN is for Berlin, just FYI. The closest I've been to Germany has been Austria. And I actually had a great time there. Closest by proximity, I mean. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Maybe I need to learn German. Let's see, guys. If we lose 79.4, that to me is weakness. Remember, guys, remember, $79,400 is significant because it's the double top that occurred when Bitcoin dropped down to 75K. And so on the lower time frames, if we lose this level, to me, that would suggest that Bitcoin can already move lower, and I look for a long from lower. Right now, we are below yesterday's low as well. So that's something to consider for sure. And 4-hour close is in approximately 57 minutes. We're missing it by 19 likes. Do you use cold wallets? That's a good question. Yes, I do use cold wallets. I do use cold wallets. Long-term holdings, yep. Volume is coming. Volume is coming. You mean like lower time frame? Volume as in my stream volume? Volume as in... You think it will bounce from 79.4 support? I don't know. I just have the scenarios here. If we bounce from there, if we bounce from 79.4, I actually think that there's a chance here that we push up to this daily sorry, this wick that we created at the previous lows, 80.6. So I think this could be interesting to try to play all the way up to here. 80.6 is a great, great confirmation level that we're going to move higher if we can reclaim it. Do you hold XRP, ETH, anything else? I hold a tiny bit of ETH. I think XRP is a shitcoin. I might offend people by saying that. But it bleeds against Bitcoin over time. Watch, I'm gonna lose likes based on because of the XRP army. 17 likes away from 500, legends. Sailors still buying. Come on, give us something. XRP army. XRP is the future of finance. Oh, guys, it's hilarious. I don't know if you guys remember in the bull market, all those influencers coming out saying XRP to $30,000. And there's people that deep down in their core, they believe that. If they're right, they're right. And I'll come on camera saying, guys, XRP has changed the world and I missed that opportunity. But let's be real. Come on. Closing into our level here. 79.4. Let's get to it. AMB82. Correct. Let's smash the like button, guys. I don't like begging for likes every 5 minutes, but we're literally 11 likes away from 500. That would be absolutely ginormous for the channel if we can get to 500 likes on a live stream. Oof. Do you think we see $130 SOL and 2,800 ETH before we get a major breakdown in the market? That will all depend on Bitcoin, right? If Bitcoin can climb up a little bit higher and go towards our higher time frame targets, then yeah, it's possible. But if Bitcoin just breaks down from here and front runs all the levels that every trader was looking for, which I'll remind you again is why I went short, I also shared it in my group, then no, if Bitcoin breaks down, there's absolutely no chance. So it really is a game of what is Bitcoin going to do and how will that impact the rest of the crypto market. You can see when Bitcoin struggles, rest of crypto struggles. If Bitcoin just loses these support levels, we're definitely going to head lower. Not financial advice, of course, but all the trades that you're seeing, my Bitcoin short, my ZEC short, any trade that you're seeing me take, the bigger ones, especially not just the little scalps that I take on the live stream, they're shared in my group. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join that group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, my overall market analysis. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do with your own capital. Bluffin is my go-to, as I've said several times here. But now Bitcoin is just chopping around, and what we want is for us to just get some kind of confirmation here. What's the highest likes you got on a live stream? I think that we're probably pushing it right now, guys. 400 and 500 likes. Guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, we're over 500 likes. That's huge for a live stream. Someone, Grigor, liked it from 4 different accounts. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you for supporting the channel. I just want to stretch it a little bit more here. Let's see what happens with Bitcoin. I'm kind of curious. Whew. Whew, 500 likes. Jode Official gave me 2 likes from 2 different accounts. Thank you. Thanks for the great cast. Thank you for supporting the channel, guys. Thank you. Will Saylor have to sell on May 15th? He doesn't have to sell. That's not how it works, right? It's just this product likely, like it goes below 100, which is the par. So whenever this is above 100, it gives them the extra liquidity to buy more Bitcoin, which we've seen now. So it holds above par. Then as the ex-dividend date comes, this starts dumping to like 99, 98 thus far. And that doesn't give him extra liquidity to buy more Bitcoin with the stretch product at least. Now, he has other ways of buying Bitcoin, but this has been the one that everyone has eyes on. Today, you can see that he bought over 2,500 Bitcoins. Do I want more likes? Yeah, of course. Of course, if you guys want to, yeah, if you can share the stream with others, 100%. But I'm not asking, come on, Bitcoin, do something here. Pretty. Falcon Eye, would you ever make a video teaching people who are trying to learn futures trading, such as entries, analysis, risk to reward for P&L? Yeah. Yeah, I would. I mean, I've already done a little leverage trading tutorial on Bluffin. It's on my channel. I think it's the featured video of the channel if you go and check it out. That's very, very basic, but my plan is to make more tutorials. But guys, something's going to have to give. I can't be filming 24 hours of content every day. So when I work on the live streams, it'll have to be in my let's say off time. Sorry, when I work on the tutorials, it'll have to be in my quote unquote off time, just to have them on the channel. And once they're there, they're there. Do you want lower or higher from here? What do I want? Okay, if I could have my pick, Bitcoin would drop further and I'd be able to buy Bitcoin much lower. My stack is between 15,000 and 30,000 Bitcoin. Not Bitcoin, but that's where I bought Bitcoin. If I had 30,000 Bitcoin, guys, you wouldn't be hearing from me. I'm just kidding. But you never know. With that kind of capital, you're just laughing. No, my expectation is that over the course of this year, we'd probably be headed lower than 60K, I believe. But now my question on the lower time frames is if we get another squeeze to the upside, or if we just front ran all of the key levels that every single trader and their grandmother was looking at. That is the question. I told you guys it could be a risk that we don't go into the mid 80K zone. I told you guys that. Now, I'm not ready to say, hey, it's done, because we're still technically trying to hold here. But if we start losing like 76, which is the, let me get out of this 15-minute time frame. 76 is important again because it's the value area high of this entire range. It's where we have a good amount of volume, but we also have that wick pivot that brought Bitcoin down to around $65,000. So this is a pivotal zone for the bulls to hold overall to keep this uptrend intact. Those are my thoughts, at least. Not to sound, I mean, I guess I don't, the question here is, would appreciate, what inspired you to start futures trading in Bitcoin? Guys, I don't know if it's overly simplistic to say this, but what inspired me to trade Bitcoin, futures trading, is to make money. Not sure if that's a clear enough answer, but we're here. I'm here trading this market to make money, right? I trade the market to make money. And I think people sometimes shy away from that. It's to make money. You trade to make money. You don't trade to lose money, right? So that's what brought me into it. I do believe in Bitcoin as an asset long term, but I trade it. I trade it to make money. Now we're getting a little bit of a spike here on the live stream. I can see the viewers are going up a little bit. Maybe I have to stay on a little bit longer, but I have to be honest, my throat is hurting. Coffee is wearing off. Let's see. I think Trump will put 100 tariff tomorrow after speaking to the president of China. I mean, I'm not in the business of trying to predict what Trump is going to do. I gave you a like for the answer. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. But again, remember what I've said in my previous videos and live streams. It's important that you have a good balanced exposure in the market. Did I sell a good amount of Bitcoin this cycle? Yes, I did, from my accumulation levels in the previous bear market. So does that mean I have no Bitcoin? Absolutely not. I have spot Bitcoin in case, for whatever reason, the whole 4-year cycle is broken. Although it's not my base case, I do think that we ultimately head lower. So let's see. Let's see. But you never want to be fully out of the market. That's at least how I approach things. Show your trading. Yakub Khan, show your trading. This is, I'm up 12K on Zcash. If we break this trend, I think we capitulate much lower. But it's very likely that we hold on here, at least for a little bit. Very, very likely. It's a strong zone. And the funding rate is positive. All right, I'm seeing some questions about funding rates, which I think is pretty a pretty good thing to address again. Guys, just because you see influencers saying, the funding rate is negative, the funding rate is positive, the funding rate doesn't necessarily matter that much. The funding rate being negative in a bear market does not mean that Bitcoin has to pump, and the funding rate being positive in a bull market does not mean that Bitcoin has to dump. Oftentimes, across the entire bull market, the funding rate is pretty overwhelmingly positive. In a bear market, the funding rate can remain negative. It's just about the trend, right? So I wouldn't attribute too much importance to the funding rate. Can you add it as a confluence to your analysis? Yes, of course. The more confluence, the better. But it's not, very rarely is it something that let me turn on the light. Very rarely is the funding rate something that I attribute too much importance to, unless it's like talking about a shit coin. If you guys were in my premium group when I was shorting Rave token, that I was keeping an eye on the funding rate because it was ridiculously high or ridiculously low. I can't see. Are you long or short Zcash? I have been shorting Zcash. Again, this isn't your call to short. My entry is higher. My entry is higher. And if you short this and we bounce from the zone, you may get wrecked. But this trade, the trade that you're seeing here, this one was shared in my group literally either yesterday, I think yesterday. It was shared in my group yesterday when I published it. My bigger trades, my real-time swing trades are shared in my group. If you want to join, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join, and I'd be more than happy to add you to that group. All the links are in the description down below. The exchanges that I personally use to trade this lovely crypto market. All right, legends. 4 hours and 24 minutes. Yesterday's live stream was just over 4 hours. The one before that was 3 hours and 30. I'm building up a tolerance, but I'm going to call it quits today. I'm waiting for this price action. Nothing has really happened really since we had the dump at the beginning of the stream. I did not manage to take a live trade, but so far we're 2 for 2 in the live trades. I'll consider taking a little bit of profits and getting stopped out at break even, a win on those past 2 trades. Still shorting Bitcoin, Zcash for my swing trades. Nothing has changed. If you want real-time updates, you know where to find me in my community. I will be publishing content on YouTube as well. The community is free though, if that interests you. And that's a wrap on today's live stream. If you enjoyed the live stream, as always, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell. I think tomorrow I'll probably end up doing a video instead of a live stream. But like I said, the long-term plan is to eventually manage to do both. But as always, I hope everyone has a lovely day. I'm going to go play some ping pong, and I will see you in the next video.